that's listening in, our usual listeners, staff members, and then also my colleagues. We will go ahead and move that work session as early as next week, and then add that on for some time frame too as well. I know that's a pivotal role in what we need to do and actions that we need to do and come up with recommendations in order for us to change a lot of those specifics in order for us to go ahead and move forward on that. So I just want to thank everyone for understanding that. Today we are having a work session, moving on down on a couple of the financial management options and recommendations from our external enterprises and also from the Dene Chamber of Commerce again. But before we go ahead and move forward, everyone, let's go ahead and call this work session to order. There's a Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. This is via telecommunications. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Today's date is Tuesday, April 27th, 2021. The time now is 9:12 a.m. We do have a work session agenda before us. Presiding is myself. Good morning, everyone. My name is Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let me go ahead and I do have Julissa here with us, Bobby and Mr. Rico, Ms. Siako and Mr. Sosi in the house, in the chambers here this morning. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Bobby so she can go ahead and do a roll call for us. And then after that, we can go ahead and move on with our invocation. So again, thank you and good morning, everyone.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning, Delegate Hall is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Good morning.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
What's the dough? Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika,
Here.
Honorable Edison Wanika, answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi, answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Jamie Hino, Honorable Bench James, Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you had 12 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. With that, we have 12 members present. Thank you very much for being here with us, colleagues. With that, let me go ahead and go down. Vice Chair Smith.
Question.
Vice Chair Smith, you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Yes, Speaker. Naabik'íyáti committees, I'd be honored
Thank
to.
you.
Kasi citizen beyond that evening, I don't yet even on Sunday, though, that even. Good morning, my Heavenly Father. Come to you this morning to ask for your wisdom and the ability to do our work in behalf of this work session. Bless all of us individually, from our folks, our family, grandparents, all the way through our mothers and fathers, and our relatives, our children. We ask for a blessing upon them and our grandkids too, and those that we associate with and our friends. And we even pray for our enemies too. We ask that you watch over them in this great Navajo nation. We thank you that the numbers are going lower on the COVID-19. We just ask that you put a protection about every one of us, that we remember to wash our hands, put a face mask on, social distancing. And even though we may not have everybody vaccinated, but those that are vaccinated and those that are not vaccinated, we ask for protection over them. And the workers, the first responders, medical people, on behalf of combating this, may we overcome this and go back to normalcy, where you have the power to remove and to put this aside, Father, so we come to you humbly, asking for that. We pray for this Navajo Nation, pray for the executive, vice president, the president and vice president's office, their staff, those that are working under their executive leaders that they have. We pray for their safety and their welfare, and we can coordinate with them on behalf of getting this ARPA funding. It's a big monumental task to think about everything. I'm sure we're not going to get everything in place in order, but help us to do the best we can. working with the executive, and working with the judicial, Ashkeja. We ask for a blessing over them too. Chief of Supreme Court and her staff and all the workers under her and her leadership. And we pray for our veterans as well too, and their needs and their safety and their welfare. We thank you for them being out there at the time called duty. We thank you for their return, and those that have not returned are not forgotten too, Father. And we pray for our military personnel that are on active duty, whether they're in the States or whether they're overseas or whether they're out about on duty. Some are asleep on the other side of the world, while us are here waking up. And we pray that they can continue to serve and protect us, keep our nation free. And we pray for the United States government too. Joe Biden and his administration. And thank you for Ms. Biden coming out to see the Navajo Nation, even though it was a brief visit, and working with the United States on a treaty to treaty, nation to nation, to move forward and help us with the water issues and housing issues, roads, education, electric. It's just a small bit of that to name, telecommunications. And there's more and more to help the chapters and help our folks out there with this funding. And that's why we're having this work session. And may the good Lord guide us and keep our thoughts on what we really need to do and how to prioritize this and how to work with one another and how to coordinate this and get this services provided, and working with our enterprises and also IHS and federal side and NTUA and those that are going to be helping out, and contractors like NECA. We pray that we can coordinate and get these things done, and of course right-of-ways and home site and all those things that need to be put in place, and infrastructure, businesses, fire protection, law enforcement, more employment on the Navajo Nation, opportunities, infrastructure. Tourism wants to come back and they want to continue to see the great Navajo Nation. That's one thing that we can provide for outsiders that are wanting to see the beautiful Navajo Nation. And we just turn everything to you, Father. Thank you this morning, on this special morning, even though it's kind of chilly outside and spring is upon us, and pretty soon summer will be here, and then fall, and then winter. These seasons are going by quick, but with your presence and your guidance, Father, we just give you the glory and say, Lord, all things are possible through you. And just ask that you watch over us each and every day. And we need, of course, more moisture, and it's been dry and windy, and you can provide that, Father. So with that, Father, come to you humbly in your Son's name, who says he's the way, the truth, and the life, and no man should come to the Father but through Jesus Christ. And that's in John chapter 14, verse 6. So we pray like that, Father, through your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, for that wonderful prayer this morning. Thank you for blessing the day and the rest of the week, and all our colleagues out there and everybody listening in. Thank you for praying for the Navajo Nation as a whole. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down from our invocation down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Good morning, everyone. At this time, colleagues, is there any recognitions? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. We don't have anybody texting in.
Question, Speaker.
Yes.
Is today the 29th? I'm trying to look at my calendar, Speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Eugene. So today's date is April 27th. Okay, if there's no recognizing guests or visiting officials, let's continue on, colleagues. Down to item number 3, work session topics. Introduction and purpose of work session presented by myself, Seth Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, colleagues, we are continuing to discuss possible recommendations and future recommendations that are going to be coming down for the America Rescue Plan Act of 2021. I want to make sure that all my colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee in this case, were well rounded on a lot of the different recommendations that are coming in, not only from the federal government or the executive branch, but in this case as well from recommendations that are coming from our Navajo Nation enterprises. And today we're going to be discussing 3 different scenarios. The first one's going to be coming from the financial, management of the ARPA funds. We do have Dene Development Corporation coming to present to us this morning and wanting to present on their recommendation and formal thoughts on what they can do to help assist in managing some of these funds in collaboration with the Navajo Nation Controller's Office and working one-on-one with them as well. Then we'll go in here to Dene Chamber of Commerce on their recommendations and on financial management, on some of the economic development opportunities, particularly on the recommendations that we'll be listening as well as helping small businesses. And then last but not least, we have our Navajo CDFI, a financial institution on the nation who is certified by the Treasury and is recommending to have some of these dollars instead of, how could you say, parked at any other organization outside the nation or utilizing outside services. You'll be hearing from Navajo CDFI on those internal methods that they want to utilize and have these organizations not to lose any funds off the nation, and how all these funds can primarily continue to stay on the nation with these organizations like the Dene Development Corporation, Dene Chamber of Commerce, and the Navajo Community Development Financial Institute in order for them to help assist the Controller's Office in managing some of these funds. So without further ado, colleagues, we'll go ahead into those. I'll take each presentation as the recommendation, and then we'll go ahead and go over some questions for each one of them, and then we'll go ahead and move forward with that, colleagues. What we can do again is just adding on, if there's any recommendations at that time or discussion items, and we'll go ahead and open the floor after each presentation again. Then identifying that information, if there's any follow-ups, we will make sure that we are well prepared in doing that, colleagues. So with that, is there any recommendation? I think I heard somebody say something before I turn it over to the Development Corporation.
Speaker?
Yes.
This is Edmund. Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, staff, and to everyone that's listening, Mr. Smith, thank you for the prayer that you said this morning. Mentioned one of my late dad's favorite birds, but good prayer. We got good moisture again out in Coolidge, New Mexico. I just want to say, Speaker, the follow-up on the directive that council did on reference to Crown Point Hotel and Church Rock store. Could you don't have, I mean, I know we're on the agenda, but I thought this was the work session for that reason. The directive was to get this issue resolved and get the construction going. So maybe if you can just email me, Speaker, later or with your staff, but I just wanted to mention that this morning, Speaker. Sir.
Okay, we will. We're coordinating a meeting with the controller's office. The directive wasn't just to the controller's office; it's actually to Danae, our I can't think right now. I need some more coffee. Division of Community Development and also Division of Economic Development. So those three entities were also in that directive, Chairman. So that meeting is getting coordinated as we speak. So once we get that going, we will definitely give that. It will be sometime one of these mornings this week, Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other if there's no other discussion, let me go ahead and turn it over to Danae Development Corporation at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Sosi, you on there?
Yes, I am here, and I am on my video. So and then Yate Abena Austin Sosi Debet Lejen Nishle Taachini Bashichin and Sheet Dashiche Nakai Dine Dashinella. I am Austin Sosi. I'm the CEO of the Dine Development Corporation. I've been with the organization for just over 10 years, and I am very happy that everybody has taken the time to attend this session, and we hope we have a very positive message to share. And I would ask that I know there will be questions at the end, but let's keep in mind that what we have to offer as far as Dine Development Corporation. This is a business model, okay, and we all need to be critical of it, but also at the same time be positive and really see how we can push the Navajo Nation forward. So with that, I do have a presentation, and I have a couple of my staff members here. Mr. Osencio Tom, he is my tribal liaison, and before his section, I'll give him the chance to introduce himself. And then I have another staff member, Ms. Carol Slemmer, and she'll be running the PowerPoint presentation that we have prepared. So with that, OC, can you introduce yourself? And then Carol, can you pull up the PowerPoint?
Absolutely. Thank you, Austin. Thank you to the speaker, to you and your colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for your amazing prayer. It means a lot to know that our meeting starts with good thoughts and good intentions. She Osencio Taminchia, Kabahan Shlonsen, Ajeni Bashichin, Kadnesani the Chero, Nagani the Chanel, originally from the Lukutika area, but I've become a permanent Fort Defiance resident for the past 15 years. And it's definitely been a great experience. I've been with DDC for almost a decade now, and I'm honored to be a part of this organization that works on behalf of Yidine. Thank you, Austin.
Okay, thank you, OC. Yeah, okay. So Carol, can you pull up the slide deck? Are you able to share your screen, or do we need to be given access to share the screen?
Mr. Sosi?
Yeah.
This is Speaker Damon. I have one question. Do you happen to have a copy of your presentation that I can forward out to colleagues of the council And the reason why is because some of them are just calling in right now and they don't have the capability of just looking onto the screen. That we some of us have that option. So if you could forward this over, I appreciate that, and then we can send it out just to members of the council.
Yes, I'm doing that right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be sending it across, and then OC, can you go ahead and start?
Absolutely. Thank you, Austin. Go ahead, Nana. Again, we're here today to present sort of a snapshot of the Net Development Corporation, a little bit of our corporate background, and then intend to delve into what this business model looks like for the Net Development Corporation. Next slide, please. Carol, next slide, please. Okay. So DDC as an organization was started originally by Navajo Tribal Council back in 2004. Our current vision is to leverage our legacy to advance the future of the Navajo Nation. That's the original intent of DDC, to really bring an exterior level of economic development to the Navajo Nation. Our mission is to provide government agencies and commercial organizations with leading solutions and high quality environmental services that support our customers. So essentially, DDC was created by Tribal Council to be an 8A economic development mechanism for the Navajo tribe. And we pretty confident to say that we have done just that. Our values, things that we operate and conduct business by on a daily basis, is our commitment to excellence, our devoted service, our unwavering integrity, our bold ingenuity. Our work is community conscious, and our work is definitely heritage inspired. Next slide, please. So again, some of you may have heard of DDC, some of you may have not. Who is DDC? DDC, as I mentioned, was formed in 2004. DDC is wholly owned by the Navajo Nation. It was created with an initial $300,000 investment. Our focus in our charter, it indicates that we return percentage of our dividends back to the Navajo tribe. And the past 4 years has been spent on refocusing ourselves in that mission. And we're definitely created to ensure that we're a revenue and profits generator. And originally we were created as a mechanism that was thinking really outside the box in terms of generating economy for the Navajo people. As I mentioned, our primary focus in day-to-day business is in federal government contracting. More specifically, work that involves members of the 8A program from the Small Business Administration from the United States. A lot of our business development strategies include a subsidiary corporation model. I'm sure some of you have heard of the Alaska Native corporations, groups like Sea Alaska that have a common holding company for different subsidiaries that handle and participate in different industries. Well, we create a lot of JVs, we create a lot of partnerships. A lot of those partnerships include industry giants to make sure that we have a seat at the table in winning work and continuing the capabilities for DDC. We also participate, as I mentioned, in the 8A business development program. And recently, due to the success of the corporation, we've been able to focus a lot on the mergers and acquisitions throughout our industry. We've recently purchased some environmental services companies and absorbed that into DDC. Along with their capabilities and past experiences. We're able to do that also moving forward with some IT companies. Next slide, please. So here's a quick snapshot of DDC. DDC, as you see there at the top, is the holding company. What you don't see above DDC is the representation of shareholders. And we have members of your colleagues, the Navajo shareholder representatives.
Speaker,
DDC,
Delegate Daniel So.
DDC owns 8 subsidiaries under the Net Development Corporation.
Mr. OC,
Yes,
this is Speaker Damon. Can you hold on real quick?
yes.
Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, is the presentation on the PowerPoint that could be sent out to the 24th?
Chairman, I did ask the CEO, Mr. Austin Sosi, to send that to us. And once we get that, we will send it out.
Yes, and it should be on its way. I hit the send button, so
Did you, who did you actually send that to, Mr. Sosi?
I sent that to you, Honorable Mr. Damon.
Okay.
And I guess the other part is to the presenter. The official name is Navajo Nation. We're no longer the Navajo tribe. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so while we're
Mr. OC, there's just Mr. Sosi, this is Speaker Damien again. I'm sending this out to my colleagues who just received it, but for clarity and understanding and for just on the record, the presentation states in the upper left-hand corner, confidential.
right.
And this is still okay to send out to my colleagues, correct?
Yes, it definitely is, but
Okay.
I would ask that everybody uses their discretion. And we are a Navajo Nation owned company, and there's some information in here that is confidential. So just use your best judgment and discretion.
Okay, and again, for clarity, Mr. Sosi, this presentation right now is being live streamed
Okay.
on Facebook, Vimeo, and YouTube on the
Okay.
Navajo Nation Council website. Just for your understanding too as well.
Okay. No, thank you for that.
So with that, Chairman Daniel, so I did send that over. That should be coming on its way now. That back to yourself, Mr. Sosi or Mr. Osi.
So, thank you for that question, and thank you for that clarity, Speaker Damon. Here's a snapshot of DDC and the subsidiaries. DDC currently owns and operates 8 subsidiaries, varying across all these different industries. Our bread and butter initially came from the IT services sector. In that, you'll see we do a lot of cybersecurity, sysadmin, that level of work. And then we branched off into the environmental services, a lot of the compliance, the restoration, remediation, and definitely dealing a lot with the environmental IT systems like the CAD and the groups like that. But what happens in running organizations that encompass the IT services and the environmental services is a lot of the background. There's a lot of program management happens, a lot of the budget and financial management that occurs, definitely a lot of training documentation, a lot of service catalog management that occurs that is really sort of our day-to-day operation. And we definitely have the capabilities to provide those services as well. Next slide, please. So now that you've been exposed to the 8 corporations that DDC owns and operates, here's a brief overview of the areas where DDC is located throughout the country. These are areas where DDC has operating contracts, and each location is denoted by a different color star that's affiliated with the company name and where they're located. And you see we have a lot of our work is based on the East Coast. We have a lot of our environmental work is starting to spread throughout the Southwest. We also have some international work in Bahrain, Poland, Stuttgart, Romania, and definitely trying to expand the Navajo footprint across the globe. Next slide, please. So in terms of qualifications, you know, a lot of you may ask, most certainly an appropriate question is, if you're in the IT and environmental sector, what qualifies you to do this kind of work on behalf of the Navajo Nation? Well, first, I mean, our experience in negotiating, procuring, and executing over $500 million in federal contracts throughout the lifespan of DDC is something that definitely allows us to understand federal reporting mandates that are involved in funds like CARES Act and funding like ARPA. We're definitely able to provide efficient and compliant execution of contracts and procurement processes. One of our strong capabilities is that we have top secret clearance certified by the Department of Defense. We definitely have the capability to provide in-house subject matter expertise from certified public accountants and certified payroll professionals. We definitely have a compliance-driven focus. We definitely know how to report federal spending to the IRS, GAAP, federal acquisition rules. We definitely have the combined financial expertise of individuals that bring 130 plus years of experience. DDC has made its audits available to the Navajo Nation for the past several years, and we definitely have a transparent reporting history. And we believe these are all key elements to making sure that our assistance to the Controller's Office and to the Navajo Nation for these ARPA funds are make us a very qualified candidate to assist in this process. One of the things to also note that Speaker Damon mentioned is that there's a lot of these funds, by electing DDC to assist with these funds, would place DDC in a position to be allow the Navajo tribe to utilize Navajo-owned corporations in terms of assisting with ARPA funds. DDC is Navajo-owned, and any profits that DDC makes, dividends from that, would be returned to the Navajo tribe. So that's definitely one of our key highlights to being allowed to participate in the distribution and management of ARPA funds. Next slide, please.
Thank you, OC, for that background. And so while that slide is pulling up, and I apologize, there seems to be about a 15-second delay in the slide progression. But so, and hopefully it's giving you time to reflect on some of the historical information here that we are very proud of at DDC, being a Navajo-owned entity. And we can truly say that every dollar that the DDC spent is justified and accounted for. That is something that we have worked hard for over the years, And that's one of our key values here at DDC. But what we're proposing is a business model, okay? And this proposed model is basically, and I'm going to try to keep it high level, and we are going to go into a little bit of the details here, but it's basically augmenting staff and our business practices and our technologies to support the 3 areas of business here: contract management, program and project management, and financial management. So if you can think about how the ARPA funds are coming down, it's mainly for infrastructure type work. So the proposal here is that we need to be able to put a business infrastructure in place that we can handle $1.7, $1.8 billion of funds through the Navajo Nation. So it's implementing a business infrastructure before the rest of the infrastructure projects should be executed. So next slide, please. And this business infrastructure would ensure the accountability at all levels to the federal government and especially to the Navajo Nation government. Okay, and so this is a part of our value proposition. So basically what DDC has to offer. And I'm going to start in a clockwise direction with the fact and reiterating that we are 100% owned by the Navajo Nation. There are when the organization was created, there were outstanding shares created, and the Navajo Nation owns every single share of the DDC. So right now in DDC does about $75 million a year in federal contracts. And we have trusted relationships with the Department of Defense and with our customers, the Air Force, the Army, NASA, DISA, which is Defense Information Systems Administration. So, so basically, all the revenues and profits that are generated, the idea here is to also keep all the monies in-house, which I will speak more to when on the Navajo economy value proposition. So the next value proposition is our political neutrality. So per DDC's bylaws and operating practices, the DDC cannot have a political employee or elected official on our board. And so that ensures that we stay politically neutral. And so we wanted to make sure that was clear. And then, as OC mentioned, we have lots of execution experience, from how much we do a year to over $500 million being procured and executed through this organization since it's been created. We do various types of projects, whether it be IT and environmental engineering and the administrative type projects. We've become very accustomed to the federal contracting world, and so our execution experience is significant. And the next value proposition is transparent reporting. So we have world-class IT systems that we have all of our information stored in, and we really have a good financial backbone to be able to report. And I envision if DDC is selected to be able to help out in this large effort, that we provide our stakeholders with the reports that they need to see how the funds are being spent and how the projects are being executed, and really a better sense of the progression and how we are progressing as a Navajo Nation. The next value proposition is really keeping the monies on Navajo, right? And so it is our commitment to utilize the Navajo businesses and talent, and as Mr. Tom mentioned, to be able to keep the Navajo Nation monies on Navajo, which if we are selected, then the Navajo Nation would further invest in DDC, but also DDC would be in a position to return bigger and better dividends to our ownership. And so we've been on a good trajectory for the past few years, returning dividends anywhere from 200K up to 500K, and our dividend schedules every 6 months. And we post that on social media, but we are very proud about the tempo that we have established, and really the DDC is growing and becoming more profitable year by year. And so we are dedicated to building up the Navajo Nation economy. And then lastly, this is a model for the future. And so in this iteration that I'm showing you of the PowerPoint, I've specifically removed the words ARPA, okay? And that is because this business model should and can work with any monies, any funding source. So it's really funding source agnostic, okay? So that, we should be able to take care of any large scale spending opportunities. And so it would be almost a model that we could institute for the future. Next slide. And why that's transitioning, and hopefully this value proposition it is more clear in everybody's mind. So this next slide further reiterates the proposal, which is augmenting staff. So we are used to dealing with program and project managers and accounting and finance and contract managers and contracting offices. And we have standard industry contracts that define deliverables and schedules and quality. And so we would basically be helping and augmenting the staff for the Navajo Nation. And then we have lots of business practices. So that there was a previous slide where Mr. Tom outlined our compliance and how we are audited. We have an outside auditor, and we had 0 comments on our audit. So we had a very good audit last year. And so, and also we are audited by the DCAA, which is the federal contracting auditors from the federal government. We have our back office support model, as you can see on the right. It's supported by our governance model. So we have policies and processes and reporting, and we have a signatory authority matrix, which really defines the level of spending that we can have in our organization. So we are very studious, and and we are very well governed by lots of different layers of governance. And then like I mentioned before, we have systems that we've been preparing for the past few years to be able to take advantage of opportunities like this. Because for the past few years, we've been standing up the DDC. When I started, we had 3 subsidiaries, and now we have 8, right? And so we've been preparing this back office support model to be able to scale for the future, i.e., be competitive in the markets that we are in. And so this has been an ongoing work, and so we feel that we are very prepared to be able to handle these types of monies, surrounded by our governance model. Next slide. So on this slide, this is really a collection of services that we do on a daily basis. And it's broken up into the three categories, right? Contract management, program and project management, financial management. And the next slide, Carol. But I'm not going to go through each and every one of these, but this is a suite of services that we are very accustomed to, and that we can help out in managing these ARPA funds. Okay, but notice that program and project management is in the middle, because that is really the core of this proposed model. Okay, so this slide shows two perspectives of the model that we wished to put in place. Okay, and I will be going over each side in detail. Carol, next slide. And so you know, it's really the same business model, but different perspectives. Okay, so on the left, we have a proposed that the Navajo Nation would offer DDC and IDIQ contract. And IDIQ is indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, right? So imagine these ARPA funds coming down. There's a lot of process that goes into when the controller has to award contracts and oversee. Well, we really see DDC going through I believe it's called the 164 process once, right? To justify the IDIQ contract. And then this contract would be broken up into task orders, where we would be given a set of orders, basically listing the number of contracts and the dollar amounts, right? And then so, and then we can execute these task orders, and so these task orders would be funded up front. So we would get a disbursement along with a description of the task order, and we would continue this iterative process where the task order would be funded, and then we can go on to the next task order, until the monies are spent or the time limit is up, right? So the Navajo Nation would give DDC a list of prioritized projects. DDC doesn't want to be in the business of deciding which projects are top priority and which ones are going to get done. We just want to execute. And so we want to put contracts in place with those who would execute these projects and be able to oversee them and communicate via our program management in timely manners. And so these task orders can be defined in any way that the Navajo Nation chooses, right? Whether it be distributed by infrastructure projects or chapter initiatives or standalone projects. And so, next slide, Carol. And so these task orders would be given to DDC under the IDIQ contract, so DDC could execute the contracts. And now we'll transition to the other perspective of the model. And so this model on the right side, it's really a hierarchical view of it, okay? And so I'll really start at the core here, okay? Where DDC would stand up a new subsidiary underneath the DDC umbrella. So it would be our ninth subsidiary. And so, and it would be broken up into three areas: contract management, program management, and financial management. And these would be divisions underneath these subsidiary, okay? And then, so I'll start with contract management. So I envision that DDC would go through a bid and procurement process, and with the idea of adhering to federal guidelines, but also to Navajo Nation laws of procurement rules and processes. And so we would be transparent with those who would bid, but also our stakeholders who we can define along the way. But this so this bid and procurement process, there would be a collection of projects that would be bid on, but there would be another collection of projects which we would sole source. For instance, it doesn't make sense to take some of the initiatives from the other enterprises and compete them. Like for instance, the Navajo Utilities Authority. So they have a set of projects, and so what DDC would do would sole source those types of opportunities straight to those who are best equipped to do those tasks and who are used to doing those tasks. But and so the justification can be written, and it will be reported back up to the Navajo Nation, whether it be through the office of the controller or whoever it has to report on these federal funds. And then let me switch gears to the financial management division. So this would oversee the funds and be able to cut paychecks, pay contractors in a timely basis. And so we are very proud at DDC that our outstanding receivables we have very few over 30 days, and I would venture to say nothing over 60, right? So we pay our bills on time. And so and then at the core here is really the program and project management. And this is where the contract management plugs in, and the financial management, and really the communication with the stakeholders in total, right? So DDC would hire a program management staff and really set up a framework so we can oversee the contractors who would have their own project managers, their own staffs, right? So if you can imagine a collection of Navajo small businesses who would be executing projects, but also Navajo Nation large enterprises who would be executing, right? That's that layer there. And so we strive to be as efficient as possible. And for the larger enterprises, we would not want to get in their way, right? But there are a set of compliance rules that everybody needs to follow, right? Because we're going to have ARPA rules come down. We're going to have Navajo Nation compliance rules to enforce, but also there are business best practices that we all need to adhere to make us better at as a government, as an entity, right? And also the program management layer here would ensure that a collection of projects would adhere to the Navajo Nation strategy. So imagine, because I'm sure everybody's heard of the renewable energy projects, and there's probably a collection of them. I'm going to guess a dozen or 2 dozen, maybe even larger than that. Well, those type of projects all need to come in concert with one another. And so what I envision is hiring a qualified program manager to make sure that the Navajo Nation strategy is followed, and really orchestrating the rollouts and the deliveries for the renewable energies projects. And the same can be said about the water projects, the other electricity projects, and then the telecom or broadband projects, right? We all need to be following the same strategies. So DDC would be a collection point of information. So collecting information from our contractors on deliveries, on quality, on schedules, but also reporting back to our stakeholders, which include the Navajo Nation government, the Office of the Controller, the legislative and executive branches, the Office of Economic Development. There's all these stakeholders across Navajo Nation who need to be constantly communicated with, right? And then, there is a oversight committee at the top there, and so I do have a board of directors and shareholder reps, but this oversight committee would help with obstacles, but also be a central point of communication to the Navajo Nation, right? So we would send up reports like how much money is being spent in the telecom area or the water projects area. So we can slice and dice this information any way we want to report on what areas are receiving the monies, how much money is left in each one of the buckets, right? And or the IDIQ task orders. So there's a lot of perspectives that we can paint from just the data alone. So that sort of information needs to be communicated to all stakeholders across the Navajo Nation. Carol, next slide. And then, and on the contract side, the DDC would write individual contracts to the contractors, right? So they wouldn't have to go through that 164 process. We would write industry standard contracts that would be enforceable, but also we would watch the schedules and deliveries, so the Navajo Nation can get the most out of the monies that have been given. So that was a very high level look at the business model that is being proposed, and I just wanted to communicate some of the essentials here, right? So imagine plugging this for-profit business model into the government. I would ask that this be a collaborative process, right? Because instituting a new way of business, I mean, these are unparalleled times. I mean, the federal government is releasing monies. They did it for the CARES Act, and now they're doing it via these ARPA funds. But this is really a time to spend these monies wisely. And so plugging this model into a government setting, I would ask that this is a collaborative process for the long term for the Navajo Nation to make us better, to be able to make us more efficient, and to hold each other properly accountable. I mean, let's make some data-based decisions. And so, this is a model for the future. And then what I'm asking for is a funded exploratory phase to further refine this model, right? Because I've got concepts here, but we've got to define all the touch points with respect to the legislative and executive branches, but also the enterprises. We've got to figure out a strategy for all the chapters. We've got to plug in the Navajo Nation small businesses, right? There's a lot of details in this model that still need to be flushed out. And we would also ask that we assist in the project prioritization strategy. Not that DDC wants to determine what projects need to be done, but we need to do a better job at prioritizing a global strategy across the Navajo Nation. We need to work off our lessons learned and talk with, get the lessons learned from not only the people who are executing the work, but also the controller's office and the key partners that have been with us with the CARES Act funds, and really defining what each stakeholder needs, okay? And the stakeholders, as I mentioned before, they can be the chapters, the president, the speaker and his office, right? We have all these stakeholders across the Navajo Nation, and we really need to see what the needs and expectations are. And then working in concert with the Navajo Nation controller is vital. And this model, we really want to do what we envision is best for the Navajo Nation. We're not here to save the Navajo Nation government, but by no means. We just want to help and make things better. So now's the time to be unified in this effort and not make this about politics, not make this about individual needs of the chapters, and make sure the enterprises are plugged in and communicating with the Navajo people. This is a time for us to be all unified, because this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to be able to receive $1.8 billion in funds to, that's basically given to the Navajo Nation for infrastructure type projects. And so I highly doubt that we will ever see something like this again, but we just need to be unified as a people. So that is the DDC presentation of a business model. Yeah, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sosi, and thank you very much for your Mr. OC as well, and your team members there from Dene Development Corporation for the presentation this morning to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. With that, colleagues, at this time, you just heard from Dene Development Corporation. Are there any questions and recommendations, comments, concerns? The floor is open at this time as we're in a work session. I don't need a motion or a second.
Speaker, the Delegate Freeland on the call for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Freeland. I think I do have Honorable Carl Slater, who indicated to text in, said is still on. If there's no comments or questions, colleagues, we can continue on.
Speaker, just a comment.
Delegate Crotty with the question.
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, then Madam Chair Amber Crotty are in the queue. Honorable Walker, the floor is yours.
Speaker, I'm just reporting in, letting everyone know I'm on the call. I don't have a question right now.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Walker, Vice Chair Walker. With that, I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty and then Honorable Brown. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Speaker. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I think some of the challenges that we faced with the CARES was making sure that the federal guidelines, understanding U.S. Treasury has not issued any guidelines, but I think that's the critical area that I wanted to hear in this report. How nimble is DDC able to, what type of resources do they currently have to address those U.S. Treasury guidelines, and how then, what is the type of expertise they have in working with Navajo Nation government. So all of this that was presented is outside of the government, which has some benefits, but the challenge that we saw on these weekly calls with our enterprises and others who were trying to implement the CARES funding was working in sync with Navajo Nation laws, our procurement laws, Title 12. And I think so if we're talking about solutions or trying to streamline, that has to be on the table. And then what individuals are going to be pulled in and which individuals have that experience. That's a very specialized area for individuals working within the nation. So I need to get some clarification. Speaker, if we could ask the presenters for that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Let me go to Honorable Brown, and then I'll come back to you as a presenter to follow up on those questions. With that, Honorable Brown, good morning. The floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Earlier when I spoke, I was trying to unmute myself. Speaker, to all our staff. Thank you for all you do again. And thank you for this presentation. My question is, my thoughts are, there are a lot of organizations out there, including own businesses, all vying for some funding from ARPA and also going back to the CARES Act funding. And that it creates a lot of silos even within the Navajo Nation government. And I think that's where we will continue to need collaborative effort in bringing everyone together so we're not leaving anyone out. So I'm thinking and listening to your presentation, is this kind of like creating a clearinghouse, bringing everyone together, bringing all the information together and continuing to present to the Navajo Nation Council. So I just want to make sure that we are working, and again, and these are my previous statements to the other departments and enterprises to the Navajo Nation Council, is that we do not leave. And then prior experiences, I'm glad that you bring up that learn from past experiences, that we do not make the same mistakes, that we are involving everyone. So let's say like all the Navajo Nation companies that are, I know the artisans, that was a big focus during the CARES Act funding, but now we are looking at other Navajo-owned companies in the financial industry. I personally watch and join some of these meetings, how they can help. And I know there's a few companies out there, other consultants who are already doing the work that have proven themselves that they are successful and that they also can show you their audits as well. Navajo-owned solar companies, bringing them all together and how are you, and that's something that I would like to see is the work from all the companies, Navajo-owned companies that are out there, including 501c3s. And I'm thinking also of, within Canada Township, the local companies who have been struggling, having them come together instead of, and then planning, so they're not really competing against one another, but having them sit together, breaking down those silos. Like, okay, all you broadband company go on the side, you stay in this room, and then all the solar companies, all the financial companies, and have them. And I'm through your presentation, it sounds like that is needed, breaking down these silos. So I'm really interested in that. So we're not duplicating a lot of these services, so that when these fundings do show up, that everything is ready, that we're not asking for budget forms, et cetera, at the last minute and trying to, again, that creates a lot of our staff trying to run around and staying late. So we can have, and a lot of these should be action item related also, instead of these continued long reports. But what would be the next action item? So that's something I know with your organization, I'm sure that you have created or submitted proposals. If not, we see that. and making sure that everything is ready. So when the time comes, we council can look at them ahead of time, that we do have all the documentation ahead of time, and that we're able to look through them, and especially with the attorneys are able to look through them, and then we can move forward and approve them. And then if we have any questions, I think questions should be allowed to be sent to you ahead of time also, so you can answer those. And those are my questions and comments. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, let me go back to you, Mr. Sussy, for a response to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee.
Okay. And I definitely appreciate these questions, first and foremost. So in response to Delegate Crotty's questions, Delegate Crotty asked about how nimble is DDC to help interpret the rules and basically working with the U.S. Treasury, right, to expend these monies appropriately. And so there's many layers here. So DDC has a very capable and educated and experienced contract staff, right? And so that's really at the core of our business. So there's contracts that are administered at a government level, but also at a subsidiary level. And then we have subcontractors. So that is one level. And then we have our own internal legal staff. And so we have outside legal counsel that works with us to look at rules and regulations and be able to make sure that we are compliant on many levels. And then what I plan if the DDC is selected, then we would have to work with the Navajo Nation DOJ and the controller, right? Because when these ARPA rules come down, we are definitely going to have our own experts in-house that can start breaking down the rules and regulations. But then we'll have to come in under the Navajo Nation umbrella and be able to engage with the DOJ and the controller to push this work forward, right? So I believe the core of the question was how nimble. We definitely wanted to be a collaborative partner, okay? Because that's the only way that this will work. Is having those discussions and strategy sessions to make sure that we expend these funds quickly and appropriately with as little bureaucracy as possible. But be able to formulate our reporting strategy in the beginning, so we know that how we expend the funds is going to be justified and be able to be legally done, and really from a business perspective, okay? Because legal is just one aspect, but also a contracts management, finance management. It really rolls up into how Navajo Nation wants to do business. And I hope that answers that question. And then for Mr. Delegate Brown, so I believe that it's really engaging the Navajo companies, right? And to do training and communication, to work with the chapters and small businesses to make sure that they know the rules of engagement, because I know that has been key with a lot of the lessons learned from the CARES Act, which is we've got to be compliant with it, but there's got to be documented, trained avenues that we can push out to the small businesses to be able to push a strategy forth. And that really speaks to the core of this, which is the program management, right? To make sure that the Navajo Nation strategy is adhered to and the Navajo Nation gets quality services. And that's really what I see our program managers managing a portfolio of projects to be able to make sure that we are getting that right involvement from the communities, and that they are properly trained on how to engage in large efforts like this. And so it's all about communication, whether it's gathering lessons learned, and also communicating to the stakeholders, and also the stakeholders should have a say-so on what quantity of work should be available for small businesses. So it really goes back to our program management framework and approach that we can put into place. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi, for the response. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have Honorable Keon Bie. Jay, the floor is yours at this time. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Yatin dini do le kudo. Ado kudo nahanagi. The Development Corporation. Several areas kudo bahanas session. Working directly with the chapters. That's one area that I will continue to focus on, because a lot of time some of these funding are realized usually the wind level administration or programs take advantage or gets in the front of the line. I'm pushing that we should have each of the 110 chapters be at the front of the line this time. To some extent, I say that chapters sincerely do need help, because in the current business world, a lot of our local officials will need some form of assistance. And how do we help them? And what specific area? I know at your last towards your last statement, you kind of indicated that you're not in a position to help individual chapters. But how would you redo a presentation or make a recommendation to the council or to the Navajo Nation, how you could work directly with the chapter? We have 110 chapter, and under each of the chapters we have Head Start program, we have senior centers, we got other area like a farm board, the dog grazing. I think each of these programs do need funding, not necessarily that's coming directly to the Navajo Nation, the opera fund, but there's other source of funding. For example, there's $1 billion being set aside for tribes for broadband. We've been talking and we've been pushing, the council's been pushing to connect all 110 chapters. This goes through different areas, education, health, IHS, and local chapters, local government. And if we're talking about economic development, nowadays I believe businesses rely on better communication to do transactions. If that's not in place, we're back to the old process, probably carbon copy credit card. I don't know if that still exists, but in a way, what I think the chapters at ego do yego launch ne lo tit askis na huilne okoko halet ala ekoto chapters ki pakailie do lesto what would you offer to the chapters, and then if not, what about directly to the certified chapters ki could they also step up and ask for your service in through some of the certified chapters? Could they be able to help some of our chapters that we represent? Because the 5 chapters that I represent, which is Low Mountain, Kachibu Gap, Celina, Cottonwood, Noslini, and Mini Farms, and of the 5, one chapter, Noslini, is certified. Maybe formally, verbally right now, request to see if you could be able to do a presentation directly with my 5 chapters, or that we can further discuss through phone call or something like that to see how I can get requests help on behalf of the 5 chapters that I represent, if not all the 110 chapters. Speaker, chapters. Just like, for example, today we got another memo asking or informing our chapters that a proposal request from a program has been extended again, which was due tomorrow. No, according to his chapters, Yigo or Dojo Ahozano Allah at the no, but yet at the last minute we changed the request. So I'm just imagining how many of our chapters had gone through 24 hours or whatever hours to develop and finalize a proposal, but yet now they're being told that the proposal requests aren't due until next month. According to that age at all, the chapters in Linigi, Doyego, Babakawi Neta Bakite or Wasi. According 88IC Kodo, Aunt Ego, each agency, Dig at Kodon Hisnahanegi, Bashos out 8 on Nisan Sinsha. Aro Ahatninit of the money that we'll be receiving, how much of it will actually stay on the Navajo Nation? A Koko oh Hayu Kodo Yard and Denigishit oh Hayu is going to go back up to the reservation, because a lot of these materials that will be needed are available off the reservation. Koko without ego kodon his chapters linigi yego a ban il kedoban il kisson hit the 24th Navajo Nation Council auto speaker auto kodo. The president's office is going to be also doing a presentation, and I've looked through their presentation that they're going to be doing with the chapters, but it's something that we've already received that the transportation department and then division of community development and he should present the Ilaya Edigit it should present Nanaki it out on that a Kodo president or vice president other speaker the 24th Navajo Nation Council out Abe Hasi out Abe Sazi or Lesto out Abahanas Kondegi Hodoljish added I don't the Quidishing chapters and then give it has seen this at the most forefront program in line with this next allocation, which should be and will be our chapters. They're the main one because they know the in and out about the community. in terms of who specifically needs water line, who specifically needs power line, who specifically or which road really needs to be improved, and so on. The need expect a husband go, but he could to that's all we say, but we're not too specific on it. Additional speaker, so that's one thing that I'll continue to say. And a lot of times when I speak, I go back and forth in English and Navajo, and a lot of time I get some text back and say that I'm hoping that you understand everything that I've said. But the most important thing is that I specifically would like to have another one-on-one call in getting additional information on behalf of the chapters that I represent or the agency that I represent, or if not, the Navajo Nation that I represent. How can we effectively utilize your service, and how you can provide more convincing presentation in this particular request. And so yeah, additionally, Bihanana seat or the speaker. He had only Kodo, Ado, Ashin, the kids at now, and Bihanadis dinner.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan. Mr. Sosi, before I go back to you, let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair, who I have in the queue. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, Yate, I was on mute. Yate, Shanat Ani speaker, Kudo, yeah, Nikki Khanai, Kudo, based on the agenda, Kudo, on the Net Development Corporation. Kudo, not the kid that Aggie, but not the dish kitten. So, did community development. Because the Development Corporation has existed since 2004, and how much evidence has been returned to the Navajo Nation, the Kushaya, based on some budget that on the Navajo Nation provided by NABI. The right amount returned each year since 2004. It then or questions or answers case. I don't the tell us exactly how has the corporation helped the Navajo Nation to date this change. Not a he cut even not the kid on to not kid hello. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Speaker, this is Daniels. Put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hair. With that, let me go back to the presenter, Mr. Sosi. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And I'll start off with the last question that was posed by Delegate Yellow Hair. So to date, DDC has returned about $6.1 million to the Navajo Nation since inception. So we spent a lot of our formative years just building the business, right? Because we've got a lot of competition out there. And our competition is pretty big, whether it be the other Alaskan Native corporations or Cherokee or Chenega, or we've got a lot of competition out there. So we've been building the business, and we've returned dividends, but also we've engaged with Navajo small businesses. And then we've had scholarships in the past and internships. So we have a whole collection of returns to the Navajo Nation, but right now we're primarily focused in our dividends, and which we want to help plug the shortfalls that are really in the forefront of the Navajo Nation, right? Whether it be declining revenues on coal or other business opportunities. So in short, we are still growing as an organization, but about $6.1 million in total give backs in those collective areas. And then I'll take the answer from Delegate Begay. And so I just wanted to reiterate that, there are 110 chapters across the Navajo Nation. And I've heard probably just a fraction of the problems, which are many, right? Whether it be compliance driven or the rules aren't quite understood on how to engage, or the prioritization of work, right? So the Dene Development Corporation isn't necessarily here to save the chapters or save the controller's office or save the government. We definitely want to help make things better. So what I envision is, because the DDC has been good about, we're very studious and adept to creating plans. So we have a strategic plan, but also each one of our subsidiaries has business plans and budgets that we march to, okay? And those are all approved by our board of directors. So what I see is very similar, is coming up with a chapter strategy that can help us manage the chapter needs, and at the same time help infuse a Navajo Nation government strategy over the top, because we definitely need to be in alignment with each other to lift up everybody as a whole. And I know at sometimes it may feel like some form of government or the chapters are being ignored at times, but we really need to focus on that strategy and communicate that strategy out, and then start to bring in the projects into alignment with that strategy. And that's going to take time, and that's going to be a very long-term work that, it's part of this iterative process of helping each other get better. So I would ask for patience and understanding in that area, but that also extends to how we work with one another. And so I would start with developing a chapter strategy that we can communicate to the levels of government, but also to the chapters and ultimately the Navajo people. Yeah.
Austin, if I can add to that. Okay. Delegate Keon Gay, Shanala Ahela, Dinadin Kitty, Ani, Benadin Kitty, Ani Kitty, D. Person de Yal Enel Tegi, Enel Nagi, Digi Enel Lado de Tidan there. A call Hashita Hajo. You see, Bandale Nishi, Hidden Bandale Nishi, Hashit Abba, Jo Banda, Ado, Jono, Bascha, or Leak. Been the did know yet by Yadil, a Condi Ashit, Anilko, Diba yada ki in kasala. Based on under Donathlini, other president's office, the judicial branch. The chapter best long. Jono in case days in Shadeya, Donny. Dia led DDC model, and he proposed Nagy. DDC, whether it's the DDC model, whether it's the Baker Tilly model. You see, it's the other Tio, do, Jono in case days in Shadeya, Donny. So, started so the this neither this model, neither the Baker Tilly model is going to work unless we all work together. So she on these con has a lot of lana identity snella response on key on the
Thank you very much to the presenters. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue. Honorable Daniels, good morning.
Yes, good mid-morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time that's given to me. Naabik'íyáti committee members, good morning. His staff. Yeah, they have been. I just want to say thank you to the May Chamber of Commerce. I forgot the. I almost said the May Chamber of Commerce. The May corporation. Not any corporation. Thank you. I see. I appreciate the presentation that's given to Naabik'íyáti committee. One question I see that's on my mind every day each and every day our Navajo businesses small businesses owners on the Navajo Nation across the Navajo Nation how are we going to help our Navajo businesses? So the question I have is this DDC are you guys working closely with the Chamber of Commerce? So even I don't know the reason why I say that is because just over the weekend we were in I was in Albuquerque with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I was very impressed with when I go there. I was very impressed over the weekend how they operate, how they help small businesses when they go into the office, how they treat them, how they help them. I'm very impressed with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. So with this the Net Chamber of Commerce, I believe that's what they're aiming for as well, to help small businesses throughout the Navajo Nation. So with DDC, are you guys working with the Net Chamber of Commerce? So and also agree with them. I totally every time he speaks, I agree with him. Delegate key allegation check chapters. Yes, at the chapter level, these chapter staff, chapter coordinators, chapter managers, they know that the in and outs on what's needed out there at the grassroots level in the areas of roads, areas of infrastructure. That AIC so I don't know how much we're going to be getting the Navajo Nation ARPA funds. I don't know how much we're going to be getting, and I don't know what the restrictions are going to be. So what's allowed and what's not allowed. So So this case go bit I don't know what the president's office could so for the shame they're going to be meeting with the chapters. So this case go I don't know how much we're going to be getting. The numbers yet I haven't get the numbers yet. But also the restrictions, what's allowed and what's not allowed. So with the CARES Act, we learned a lot from the CARES Act dollars that we got, the 714 million. So at that chapter level, chapters they were allocated 90 million, but at the end, this is not allowed. That's what they were being told. So a lot of these dollars were reverted back to hardship. So so the amount that we're getting, it's still there's still a question mark on there. But I don't know what's allowed and not allowed. So but my question is, how are you working with them, or are you working with the Chamber of Commerce, the Net Development Corporation? Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. With that, let me go back to you, Mr. Sosi.
Yeah. So we actually have a pretty close relationship with the Dene Chamber of Commerce. So I've been in contact with Mr. Watchman even as yesterday, and so we're in constant communication at least on a monthly basis. But also we've done a fair job about reaching out to other Navajo businesses to help us out with our websites or with our marketing or with our other subcontracts to give us intelligence on the Navajo Nation, to make sure that we're plugged in when it comes to the Navajo Nation Fair or the Economic Summit or other things. So yes, we have a very close relationship with the Dene Chamber of Commerce, and also we have our own efforts to reach out to small businesses. So yeah.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Mr. Honorable Yellowhair, you have a follow-up?
Speaker Kellen's follow-up.
Yes, this is Delegate Yellowhair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker Speaker Aaron Hisendach, Nail or Share, by Share Nedi Kodot and Net Development Corporation. Kodoya last week, not just kid, Kodel Shorty. The Kodo American Rescue Planet Act Funds, again, as an Del Zeta, as being a committee member. Did it, the national guideline, so a return of conditions. What does allow and what does unlawful cost expense be out of base of a don shiggy as a house down letter. With echo that I've not done how to has J. I don't edit that so that's what they not later. There's no document that says this is the total amount award for this April fund to the Navajo Nation at then. Out of the event on the allowable, unlawful costs. Out of what's under all the scope of what needs to be taken care under this fund in the part then. Of course, they are need query at the us Herman Daniel and the condition I could all case the same question is on the April 28th quest. Dr. Yeoman, Abacha has stayed or we're on the line. Hadithin 828 deadline. Kayla no. Washington no. They unsheety no little. Jokut a deadline by control it. Ayo. The deadline that was actually started out the Hanisa. Couldn't have not to President Naz. The guy. She's the date of a husband in the no, yeah, I'd say. I could say, yeah, Handy, it's art, Handy, the Nissan next month, and maybe collect all the those stocks that can be used for funds for April money. 8 of 100 just to make it clear with my colleagues that Bahon Sinviki Hainishishna, the correct big on the but a peso a out of learning Hanaiti or Nehedo, Hadat Aid of us other. So it would advantage. I don't know, social year. Every on to sound at all. It's in Sida that done Halo, the Net Development Corporation, $6,000. Did over a husband, yeah, or not any of my colleagues, 24 councilmen, Dosha and it's enough to not end the share. So, thank you for the floor, to the speaker of the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow here. That, let me go to Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Eugene, so I put you in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay, follow up. Floor is yours.
I believe Mr. So hasn't speak, so I'll allow him to speak before my speaker. Come back at me after.
Okay. That, Honorable Eugene, so floor is yours.
My speaker, Chiche, he's a bit at the Higi, did I? It's not illegal. Not so my what I really stress most of the time is I'm for the people up there, that is across the Navajo Nation, and I feel that anything that's coming down the American Recovery Rescue Plan, the plan, it needs to go to the chapter. Let them all do their projects. The whole 114 chapters to do their projects. Where should go, not to duplicate services. We put a lot of money into divisions and others. Because you see if that can put down the infrastructure. That's where it should go. Should all at least about 85% of all the money needs to go that route. We just put a lot of money in duplicate services. The one that's presenting was in there for 17 years, since 2004. So a lot of things that we do, their mission statement, but the chapter is the one that needs the money. They're the people they're homeless people. We need to put everything in the infrastructure. Water, auto sewer, roads, broadband, electricity. There's homeless people out there. We don't even think about those people. That's where the money should go. Whatever's coming down right now, we need to start thinking that way. Council delegate, we'll put into all these money to duplicate services out of the base of needs. And we need to put things down infrastructure-wise. That's what I'm for. I'm the eyes and the voice and ears for the people. They've been now by chapter level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So we go back to Mr. Austin Associates presenter for follow-up comments.
Right. And I'm going to turn over to Mr. O.C. Tom to help me out here.
Great. Thank you, Austin. Akela, the Nadol Kitty, Delegate Yellhair, Delegate So. Oani, the ARPA funds, they slini, spending guidelines, they slini, although total amount e aho, get you one letter. The base on they, I don't think it's been finalized either. So they controller the office audit base ya need to caution the dosing the the guidelines they clean be chido easy a on just on neta. So she releases yado is in get share that is next though. Although delegate so Nadine Kidi need the best infrastructure destiny, electricity, to running water, to the electricity, although the homeless and Lenny, I need basic chideto ili, aja nahote, kundi the master plan destiny, ate, bekeston, ohulia in jondo. So that that responsibility, the digital peso chido ili digital, but let that be clear. That don't know from the legislative branch, executive branch, and judicial branch. I guess in that show. A auto digital DDC digital da say thank you don't need without a so we agree with you, Delegate So, that this money needs to go to the infrastructure. The collaboration de any Jono Hikin de Shodea, but are they don't need the
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll put you in the queue, Chairman. And with that, let me go to Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, again, I'll allow my trade Delegate So to go before me again because he hasn't speak yet. I'll follow again. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon Do, Naabik'íyáti committee members, Adushache, Honorable Kialan Begay, thank you for allowing me to ask questions and make statements. To the presenters, the Net Development Corporation. I'm kind of puzzled. What basically are you offering? Your vision statement basically says you're going to leverage our legacy. And if I'm reading it right, legacy, and how are you going to leverage it? It's a broad statement to advance the future of the Navajo Nation and achieve sustainable community property. Are you basically, if you're given an allotment of the American Rescue Plan monies, are you basically saying you're going to get matching funds? And then on the mission statement,
your main emphasis seems to be providing leading edge IT solutions and high quality environmental services. So in that aspect, now you're going to go into other items. Business development strategies. So those two don't really connect in the presentation you've provided. And so that's where I'm puzzled. You're proposing a new business model that is away from your vision and mission statement. And you're proposing to a partnership with the Navajo Nation to administer large-scale funds by augmenting staff, business practices, and technologies. What exactly do you mean by augmenting staff? And what do you mean by augmenting business practices? And I have an idea of what you mean by augmenting technologies. So in that aspect, like I said, it is I'm a little bit perplexed. But as we go down to the service offerings, the contract management, program, and project management, those aspects, I really feel like the Navajo Nation is lacking in those aspects because we rely heavily on Division of Community Development. And I personally feel like certain projects aren't moving forward. Citizen projects aren't moving. We just then on the New Mexico side, we have new monies that will be coming through the capital outlay projects. And previous outlay projects from prior years haven't been moving. So I do agree that the nation does need assistance, the augmented services of project management, which again relates to infrastructure. So in that aspect, like I said, I'm kind of perplexed by how you proceed from your vision and mission statement to these new steps. So in that manner, for these services, what will you charge? We've been presented with economic development projects. We went through a whole listing of convenience stores here and there across the Navajo Nation, and all with I think it was 7.5 million for a C-store with gas pumps. And in my Googling of what it build what it costs to build, the average cost to build a convenience store with fuel pumps is somewhere around 7.5 million. And so that's on my part, my due diligence aspects. And so that's where I really have a concern. Folks that haven't built anything put these estimates together. On the other hand, Department of Head Start gave us a dollar estimate for 80 Head Start centers. Again, without a real on-the-ground review of the existing facilities. And it was just, okay, X number of dollars times 80 centers. Without collaboration with the Head Start or the Division of Community Development, without collaboration with the chapters. So we really have to get down to working with the chapters, as my colleagues have said. Some of the infrastructure needs is primary. Water, electricity, broadband, roads, those aspects is what's foremost in my mind. And so I that would be the extent of my series of questions and statements. Speaker, thank you for giving me the time to address this matter before. And we, I guess that would be the extent of my statement before I talk myself into a corner. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chairman Daniel. So let me go back to Mr. Sosi for that question. Sosi, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and thank you for your perspectives and questions, honorable delegate. Yes, we have a new vision and mission for the organization, right? So when we talk about leveraging our legacy, we talk about really the history of the Navajo Nation people, right? Being adaptable to the trials and tribulations that have been put upon us, and being able to be here as the largest land-based tribe in the United States. And so, our people have been through a lot. So I would consider our people resilient, innovative, and adaptable. And that's really part of our mission and vision, right? Is to harness our skills and our talents and our outlook on life, and really infuse that into making a community of prospering with and for one another. So that is the true intent of the Dene Development Corporation. And so, so what we are offering or proposing is that when I talk about augmenting staff and business practices, right? So augmenting staff means being able to add on extra headcount or extra bodies to this work, right? Because $1.8 billion is a lot of money, but there's also other pockets of money across the Navajo Nation that are unspent, large amounts, right? That need to be compliant to federal laws, Navajo Nation laws, right? So we are offering staff that we can plug in to the Navajo Nation government and be able to work hand in hand together to be able to more efficiently spend these monies, but also offer a level of transparency and accountability and our business practices. So when we talk about the business model that we wanted to augment here is basically we've come very, we built our business around compliance, whether it be audit compliance, government contracting compliance, national security compliance. There's all these levels of compliance processes and efficiencies that we feel that we can offer in expending these funds. So basically, in short, I'm trying to really convey the idea that we want to help manage these funds, and yes, we will charge a fee for that, but we are a Navajo Nation-owned company. So by signing us up for services, we did want to build DDC because also we have to hire staff, and we have to have more of a visible and tangible presence on the Navajo Nation because most of our work is off the nation. And then also, on augmenting technologies, we have some very good IT systems that we feel can bring efficiencies that can handle these types of monies. So basically, in short, we wanted to plug in to the Navajo Nation government and be able to help improve the expenditures of these monies to make them compliant and also transparent, and to get the best bang for our buck for the Navajo Nation projects and people. Maybe, Mr. Tom, did I miss anything in that answer?
No, I think you captured it all, Austin. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you.
Speaker, follow-up questions? Delegate Daniel, so?
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and put you back in the queue. I have Honorable Keon Begay for follow-up, and then yourself, Chairman Daniel. So, Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, Ado, President Akudo, Council Members Nate Linigi. I guess getting further clarification and understanding of the presentation. Don't mean to be cynical here, but the nation's been going through progress even without fundings being available. Projects, proposals could be submitted to federal contracts and so on. Akoko seems we're dag had det in leden glad na zinkle egit en had not net in je had kodo based on bahan do based on bohna kodo atlanta ade na an hit that there's a hallen what our plateau benash a coco halet alan wata do dit ego go kodo hinda ansto hindil nesto a he ka di just to need us and a jokot a kodo based on lenigi hit a whole given na go go nda e ade di what I don't hit it ne but at the same time kodo DDC do it on here banana a coco kodo other enterprises what esa it all a the Friday dance up slashy clean store because I guess there was a reason of establishing the enterprises lay what done but yet this majority of them continues to ask funding rather than producing income or profit that would be benefiting our Navajo people. Akoko ohut shisazito sato bahasi ado kodo proposing EDC proposal bakaki gi I believe it's at 916. We could ask, and I don't know, controller, Ms. Kirk, kodo to eat up Basalago ko kodo Baker Tilly higher yila. Okoko, I'm not sure if this proposal or your proposal would be in tune with her decision making, and I believe she should be the one for you to do the presentation as an overall management. Kodo peso nan deheking hicho kodo hab ketani ting sato to ni ko ko age get this team kodo ni that say hazi it what's the asking in the gig akoko benago ishin aje controller gishin that's easy banana sla Aradani should chase like Yahanana Zit Ato Hajo Echo Zinta, where the Navajo Nation hasn't given the official notice of how much we're actually going to be receiving, and also what the do's and don'ts, the policy that's going to come with. Akoko Joe Kwaki, that was one of my arguments earlier, that why are we asking chapters for proposals knowing that some of these projects may not be allowable for the next round of funding that's going to be received by the nation, the Shno, Junt Eo Asho, Asten Ananalia. But going back, Mr. Sosi, and I know this may be long, hard to do in making the change of a proposal, and I believe that you could be able to do more within your corporation through the establishment, that the focus basically on the local chapters or by agency what go into your model in Lagogo. I'm sure that things will start running, because as a nation, contracts, I mean, for example, the Army Corps of Engineers, they have to go through the Navajo Nation. The USDA, they have to go through the Navajo Nation. And all of these programs that are available, and we try, and I've tried so many times, especially through USDA, in asking for funding for local farming activity. But yet, I was told that you have to go through the Navajo Nation government in order to get these particular services or to get certain funding. maybe that's the model. Maybe I see some of my colleagues are shareholders. Maybe that's the focus and your board. I don't know if they're listening. Maybe that's an area that you could be able to make some changes to say that, okay, because you have 6 or 7 subsidiaries, which is successful. I believe that you could be more successful in taking helm of the whole Navajo Nation government, Navajo Nation local chapters. Based on Lindiki management, I'm sure that we can get billions of dollars through your management if you would be able to focus directly with the chapters as well. So, I may be wrong in saying this, but I'll continue to say that chapters is the focus because $1 billion and I did ask for legislation like we have the cyber team that could really focus in getting the funding in applying for funding through this $1 billion availability for broadband on the Navajo Nation. As of today, for me, I'm not sure if my other colleague has some update information of who specifically is going to be asking for that funding and specifically how much that the nation is requesting on behalf of the local chapter or the Navajo Nation government. Your service could be available. Maybe now it's a good timing for the shareholders, if not the board, would really focus back on to and truly helping because there are other fundings that the nation can achieve or apply for. But on a yearly base or on an annual base that the nation could be able to seek funding. Maybe take another step further because you are the corporations of the Navajo Nation Enterprise or the Navajo Nation. As far as the oversight, I sit on the Resource and Development Committee. A representative from RDC, I believe, is on there. Chapters in Lindiki, your organizations give me focus on to say that we're here to help our chapters what don't need. Then I truly believe that there will be no question that we'll be supporting in whatever presentation your proposals to the Navajo Nation. Again, it's a recommendation. If it's something that you could be able to bring back to the nation anytime soon, if not, make a report to the Resource Development Committee of how we can, because we're the oversight for the Resource Development Division of Community Development, which oversees all the 110 chapters. Mr. Sosi, again, don't mean to start making any, I guess, negative comments, but nonetheless, I commend your success because you're in a position where the people or the board and the shareholders have put the trust in you to run this particular program. But it's just more of an asking from me on behalf of the chapters of the Navajo Nation. So, I'm sure you probably won't have the answer for a response, but something that you could be able to present back to the Navajo Nation whenever there'll be a follow-up. I think there's one coming up on Thursday and Friday of all the enterprises can be responding back to the council. So with us, comment speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, with that, let me go to Honorable Chairman Daniel Son, then I'll go back to you, Mr. Sosi. Chairman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Ado, Nabi, committee members, legislative staff, legislative council and folks on the line. To the presenters, you did talk about the success of your company. And I'm not a shareholder representative, and the shareholder representatives haven't reported back to the council. And for myself, I haven't seen the financials where you basically said you return millions of dollars back to the nation. I would like to request a copy of your financials. The other is, the aspects. Specifically, give us how you've partnered with outside companies to bring success to your work record. And then the other aspect is you basically, your IT technologies, what do you bring in that aspect? Is it an ability to enhance what's on the ground or what's in the air? That would be my questions. And again, depending on the answers, I may have follow-ups. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker Freeland, can you put me in the queue?
Thank you very much, Chairman Dana. So that, let me go ahead and go back to the presenter, Mr. Sosi, and then just for clarity, I do have Honorable Otto, so Honorable Freeland, and Honorable Yellow here when I come back to the floor. So with that, Mr. Sosi, floor is yours.
Okay. For the response to to the Honorable Delegate Key Allen Bigay's statements and questions, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. O.C. Tom, and then I will take Delegate So's response.
Great. Okay, thank you, Austin. Key Allen Bigay, national, the controller by Tigi, for us, it's very important for us to work with her and her staff. Although follow-up meeting, she hasn't returned our correspondence yet. So, the statement of work for us, the hikato junk don't need deep in yehi ARPA nini show DDC digit on jono das nesto the nebnache lay military installations across the country bandas nation jono and cannot nationals take don't need hot hate all hikato what hikato ja don't need even even not way today. So we were more or less summoned by individuals of the Navajo Nation government to see what assistance we can offer the Navajo tribe. And we definitely didn't initiate the calling, we simply answered it. So we definitely have done our due diligence in attempting to reach out to the controller and that call has been unreturned. Di chapter na nishiki bayanski ani ekiyadat hio a ayo kaios natano and we hear that call, we hear that feedback. Kondi D model show our plan is to make sure that the project based on a recommendation from you all, 24th Navajo Nation Tribal Council, the OPVP, the Judicial Branch. Chapter that's how we plan to execute. So, thank you for your question, and also we'll answer Delegate So's question.
Okay, but before I move on to the next question, I just wanted to also reiterate and make sure that a couple of points were clear. So during the first round of CARES Act, we used an outside entity, Baker Tilly. So they gave us a suite of services, or we procured a suite of services, and DDC is offering a fuller suite of services, okay? And so I would even say that because the core is project management, and so DDC is very good at program and project management. So there's a lot of notions out there that we are strictly an IT company. Yes, we perform IT work, but we are not necessarily an IT company. We are a federal contractor, and at the core of our business is project and program management. And so basically we are the communicators and support staff that help push initiatives and work across the government. So in this instance, where we are offering to augment our services, which include staff, business practices, and technologies, what I envision is developing a framework to further the communication up and down, side to side, with all aspects of the Navajo Nation. Therefore, providing transparency, compliance, and really a better communication model so we can progress together. Because there's too much siloed information, there's too much assumptions that are made. We really need to focus on what the data is. So and so I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And so to move on to the next question, which was by Honorable So, is DDC partners with all sorts of companies. And so we partner with large businesses as large as Booz Allen Hamilton, with the Lockheed Martins of the world. So there's a lot of large businesses that we partner with, but there's also a lot of small businesses to help help us win federal contracts and execute those contracts. So we team up with businesses with teaming arrangements, joint ventures, and we've also acquired businesses to help support our work. So we are very versed in working with all sorts of businesses. And then the other part of the question is, what type of enhancements do we envision with respect to IT technologies? We have a lot of subject matter experts on staff, whether it's architecting a framework for the Air Force to help them manage information across siloed departments. We've done that, but also to help secure this nation's military bases and military data. So we have a internal expertise that can help on all aspects of IT. But with respect to this specifics on the ARPA and where we see this going is really geared around the financial management and the human resource management, because we have a system that's called JAMIS. And this is used by a lot of large companies across the world. And so we have the architecture and the ability to be able to properly account for and administer every penny of these ARPA funds, and then therefore pushing it out to the stakeholders in form of reports, whether we have our stakeholders log into portals or email reports, or even stand before council and provide quarterly reports. There's many ways that we can enhance the delivery here, which all boils down to communication. We've got to communicate better as a government. We've got to communicate better as businesses. We've got to communicate better as chapters. We've got to communicate better to the Navajo people. Therefore, building that trust that has been broken down in some areas, and building the efficiencies and confidence that we need to rebuild to be able to spend these monies efficiently and effectively. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Josie, for the response. Let me go back to the floor. Honorable Araso next in the queue. Honorable Araso, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council, other presenters, the Net Development Corporation. Yeah, kodo Bishma has present your proposal. I guess I would like to say that I really want to see how you could really come and help the Navajo Nation at this time. We're talking about $1.8 billion, and all I'm hearing is oyo, a doubt against our own tribal enterprise. I'm hearing that the doubt that you can't do it. Alcohol, as Kodo, Mr. Sosi, Austin, for the Net Development Corporation. You came back to the nation, running one of our enterprises, and I'm sure the Navajo Nation has issued a check to you for your education. I'd rather have our own children manage these dollars. I look at how much dollars we're gonna how much dollars we invested to have Baker Tilly process these finances and so forth on the CARES Act, and that's about 714 million. Just think out of the 714 million, 1.8 billion. That's it. How much of that cut is going to go to third-party contractor to manage and help the nation manage those dollars? We have a enterprise that could, I'm not going to say fully manage the 1.8 billion, but could help us. I know You bring a proposal to the council to say, hey, and then as an enterprise of the nation, you're a child to the Navajo Nation government. And the Navajo Nation leadership is always pushing out the enterprises. Oh, you're supposed to be on your own in Aja. Yeah, in a way, that's true. But at times, you know, how can we harness our enterprises to try to help the government operate? You know, such as economic opportunities. Our Department of Economic Development, and then earlier, my brother brought up the chapter issue. Dr. Pearl Yellowman. Technical advice and technical services. They need help. And I think this is something that I think we need to start looking at as leadership, to have our tribal enterprises maybe help to try to pick up some of the weight that our divisions are carrying. You know, you know, the services could be provided. You know, I'm sure Pearl is doing a good job with her work as her division, as a division director, and trying to do her best. But tribal policy. It's and Tuba City, that's what I'm running into. And fundings were approved in 2016, and they're not at the local level. The monies are here in Winter Rock, and we're trying to get these monies out. And with these dollars coming down the pipeline, you know, I'm very interested in your proposal. I'd rather see a tribal enterprise assist us at this time to try to expend these dollars and try to push out these dollars out there. Oh, I don't know, a speaker. I think we need to hone in the controller. We appointed her. She works for us. And I think we need to maybe if we could, since the controller's office is under the oversight of the legislative branch, you know, let's ask that question. Is the controller's office willing to work with DCDC or the Net Development Corporation to administer this? Where can they help? You know, maybe the controller could tell us directly, I don't want to work with the Net Development Corporation. That's all we need to hear. That would settle everything. Whether it's to the chapters, it's to the programs to enhance the direct services, or other infrastructure needs, projects that are going to be funded. Ako, oh, hotan, nakanash ade, Mr. Sosi. I don't, I'm not going to say I never saw you, the Net Development Corporation, give money back to the Navajo Nation. I've seen it with my own eyes, the funds that you have presented to the Navajo Nation Council. And I've seen it in the papers. Yes, some people choose not to see them. NECA contributes back to the nation every year. I see that. And then I really haven't seen other tribal enterprises really give back to the nation. Maybe it's a time that we can reach out to them to help us, whether it's NHA or other enterprises to try to help us. We shouldn't be pushing away our enterprise and say, no, we don't want you to be part of the formulation of these dollars. The oil and gas, how can you help us to revive the revenues on the nation? And I know that you have expertise in Austin that you could provide and from a business standpoint to try to help our tribal programs administer these dollars. Thank you for stepping into this position where you're at and bringing a solution to the table. I really look forward to work with you guys in trying to get these funds administered so that our tribal programs all across the board, the Navajo Nation government could provide the direct services that could be provided under the American Rescue Plan, whether it's infrastructure, economic, in the economic development area, education, all aspects that we could fund utilizing these dollars. This is a one-time opportunity. Instead of not picking and choosing certain enterprise to come into the circle, let's bring them all in and say, how can you help us? Not only Development Corporation was once developed to a plan where it was supposed to harness all the tribal enterprise under one. And the former president and the current president was that was their plan. How can we get not only Development Corporation into the circle too? That way, we have the expertise out there, the knowledge out there. Let them help the Navajo Nation government try to expend these dollars. That's all I have to say. I really don't have a direct question to you or anything like that, but I really appreciate you bringing this proposal, this offer to the nation. And yes, as leadership, we should ask the controller, are you willing to work with the Net Development Corporation? Yes or no? If she says no, make it public. That way we know it's a straight out answer. I don't, instead of beating behind the bush, give us a direct answer. No, I don't want to work with the Net Development Corporation. Yes, the Net Development Corporation help us. That's what the term is supposed to be as for leadership. At times people preach it, but They don't practice it. They operate in silos. And that's the thing that the Navajo Nation government, that's what plagues the Navajo Nation programs and the government itself. They're not bringing they're not bringing other entities to the table to try to bring some sort of solution. I really hope that you do have a larger role in this next role in the American Rescue Plan. It's basically for our community members out there. It's not based off of how many Navajo leaders we have. Those formulations came off of Navajo population, Navajo enrollment, Navajo, through the NHA formula, and those gear to the Navajo people. Not based on not to how many leaders we have or who our leadership is. This $1.8 million that's coming down the pipeline is solely based off of how many Navajo citizens out there that need services that met the census record. The bigger plan is that the bigger thing is to say, how can we come together to help get our enterprises to contribute to help us expend these dollars? And yes, let's pay them. I don't, who knows how much of the CARES Act went to Pennsylvania. That's money that was exported off the Navajo Nation in profits. Just think if you were part of that DC, the Net Development Corporation, how much of those profits would have stayed within the enterprise, and you would have employed some Navajos, or did a contribution back to the Navajo Nation government. I don't hear Mr. Sosi. The Net Development Corporation board members. I really appreciate your services, and I look forward to meeting with you guys again in the future. I support the Net Development Corporation in your endeavors to try to do what you're charged to deal with. Anyway,
Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Otto. So for that, those comments and questions to this well, 30. Let me go to Honorable Freeland, then I'll come back to you, Mr. Sosi. Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I've been trying to get into the queue for quite some time now, so if you could add me, please.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, you are in the queue. This is the lineup. I have Honorable Freeland, Honorable Yellow Hair, and Madam Chair Charles Newton. Thanks, 3. Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours.
Speaker, good afternoon. Colleagues, good afternoon from Telcay, beautiful Telcay, New Mexico. I'm over here meeting with, I'm going to meet with some constituents this afternoon, but hey, I just wanted to chime in a little bit on this discussion, and thank you for the involvement this afternoon, and of course, I appreciate Austin and your presentation, as well as OC. Thank you, OC. I'm still waiting for my State Line and my Aces Wild CDs, by the way. You're supposed to burn for me. But aside from that, I wanted just to chime in a little bit about EDC. I'm a shareholder rep with RDC. And, the way the business model is established, we have something very unique here. Enterprise-wise, we don't have anything like this established anywhere else. And I think with this business model that we have in place, DDC has a very unique operation going. They compete in the private sector, and having several businesses under one umbrella sets up a very unique opportunity, especially in the private sector and in business. And when we can establish businesses and put them into the 8A model and have them graduate and get on their feet, and then really start competing, like Mr. Sosi had mentioned, the private sector, competing against large corporations, whether they be IT or network security. He mentioned also financial management and human resources. But the model that is set up with DDC is unlike no other that we have on the Navajo Nation. And I'm very impressed with how this company is running and the direction that they're going right now. I really want to encourage each of us to take a very unique look at how they're set up and what their capabilities are. Very unique capabilities, how they can foster and bring more enhancement to the nation, especially on the government side. We learned a lot from CARES. I took a lot away from CARES. How can we make this round even much more better? And if we can utilize DDC to be that person to oversee, what my colleague was mentioning earlier, Honorable Otto So, to be that business or the enterprise to work with the controller. I'm all for that as well. And I think they have more than enough capabilities. I think they have more than enough resources as well. Maybe even help develop or enhance the financial system in the controller's office. Just a thought. And, I know we put a $2 million investment in another company, but, what is our return on that? I think these are questions we need to start asking them this time around. And like I said, I learned a lot from CARES. And, I really want to encourage us to let's do things right this time. We have a very unique business here. And as a shareholder rep, understanding the business model, understanding the mission statement, understanding what they're trying to, direction they're trying to move under this leadership, it's very impressive for me. And I really appreciate them, putting forth their efforts. The financial model, the financial management part and the human resources part is going to be very important when it comes to ARP and how we're going to move forward. So there's more of a comment, Speaker, and my colleagues. Let's really give them a hard look and a real opportunity for, maybe helping us this time around, because I know they can do it. And, we can, it's not like we're going to recycle our money, but we can, of course, gain some revenue and hopefully create some new jobs with this opportunity as well, should they be able to help us. But, I just wanted to provide some insight on it from the shareholder rep side, because business-wise, it's a dog-for-dog-eat world out there. Business, I know, especially during the pandemic, it's probably been more hard to land contracts now than ever, especially in the realm of what they're doing as far as gaining security clearances or working on top secret information or whatever they're doing. But those types of that type of work and operation and business still has to continue. And we don't have, and I really want to emphasize, my colleagues, that this company is very, very unique, and I really do support them as well. And taking a hard look at what they can do, what their capabilities are, and where the direction that they're going. And I really appreciate them coming forward and looking at opportunities potentially to help us. When we do have our shareholders meeting, there's a lot that's shared with us. Yes, there's a lot of information, whether it be operational wise or financial wise, that is shared with us. But I really want to encourage us, colleagues, all of us, to take a hard look at this company and really put into a good use in a way that will be beneficial to the Navajo Nation. So, ADF speakers comment more or less. But thank you, Austin, and OC. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to Mr. Austin Associate from DDC, and then I'll come back to the floor. Mr. Associate, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so I'd like to kind of add on to what Mr. Freeland and Mr. So have stated, okay? And also I wanted to make sure that a few things are known and very clear. So as Mr. Tom said in the presentation, DDC was started with a meager 300K investment just over 15 years ago from the Navajo Nation. Since that time, this organization has grown into what it is now, okay? For the past 2 years, we've been about $70 to $75 million in annual revenues. And this next year, we're looking at growing to about 90, maybe even surpassing $100 million in revenues. So for a 300K investment back in the day, if you compare that to investments on Wall Street, right? I mean, there would be people lining up to invest within DDC, and DDC has never came back to the Navajo Nation and asked for more monies. All of our subsidiaries that we started are self-funded. When we populated the holding company with staff and systems and locations, that's all self-funded. And so you know, DDC is in the business of federal contracting, so we execute federal contracts. And so and this model that is being proposed, it is a project and program management model that is being suggested, right? Is it exactly what DDC does? No, but the elements of communication are there. The elements of program and project management are there. The elements of contract and finance management. These are pieces that we do on a daily basis. So we can execute on our strategic plan because I've got 3 areas of growth. I've got my organic growth. I've got mergers and acquisitions, and then also I've got this. So with or without this opportunity, DDC will be successful, and we will continue to grow. We will provide bigger and better dividends to our ownership, which is the Navajo Nation, and we will continue to train our young Navajos and be able to teach them this line of business, right? We will continue to do that. And so I hope that the members of the council and others who are with us can really hear this message of humility, because we want to come back and help in other ways. We know that there are challenges with the last rounds of funds. We just want to help. We know that we're not going to solve every single problem. That this is not going to be a perfect solution, right? I believe in concept that the model, it can and will be perfect, right? But I believe that we have something to offer that'll help make things incrementally better. So we want to make things better, one small change at a time, and we ask for patience and also the ability to work together to make this effort better. So because we need to be able to spend these monies responsibly and be supportive and accountable to one another. So that's really the message that we are putting forth. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Associate. That, and go back to the floor. I have Honorable Yellow here. Honorable Yellow here.
Hello, Speaker.
Yes.
Kuro Sanadan Ani to Senat Arnold Senate 24 Councilman, though it's not again. Say, Internet Development Corporation. Kuro on it do Kate not to kitty follow-up questions again. Kuro I don't need. I don't need to DTC though. I don't need a because Lord. The small business that one. That ego is the whole just the 16 years. It I don't see it. What jot only. Corona not skidea. In what small business gave Eva Couch. But in a yaba that any because out of what kind of help had eggy had ishe had a shapen in had isbeen been nasha because a in a skid a cocoa grown his snaggy and it is the it's very important the financial report about the snag. Which report is a very crucial part of the financial cycle. But negative disclosing numbers, on Navajo Nation Council area with all the regulators, with that, because data rails that produce PowerPoints up to auto reports and dashboard with the precise figures, be consistent, up to date in a real time, which is simple. It's Rio and how to the person arriving and how to the Navajo Nation Council just kiddie. It is no a on newspaper. She could also this any what I've been to her still here in his lungs. She could also need I see we pay too much to a consultant. It's not the how okay, you should know. Oh, you the computer expert and Lord, ATKA, any such card or jacket and any computer. A court over or tolerable the gun consultant or other person will get a hate. Could you are nearby tea? Chapter J are never card or what they know by tea. Could end when a real time comes, it will be getting it. You consultant what the law you best of Jim a quite a quite about it. I got and just kiss none of Lottie. The way December yet down, eat down, the way the kiss on the bouquet at the near. I should know, I should yet off kill. Are yet I need shot no, but this one no. Mr. Elliott, don't know. Correct on it, they're doing construction. Yota and Nisha no. A co area say that to a other near is kind of pinnacle. There are the security star a dog eben a hania. Don't I the kid a yabin yania. Snow joy shahan tombania. Never just kidnap. Nishika di care at funny baby niche. A collaboration. The credit December 29th that they'll cost. Kadasha sale of additional. The was a cut a need, Nishna Tintin, Kill Kidnalo. The jingle your cut or you got the need, Nishko at the Chitini. We're doing it, open up economic development around here at this area and Hartford area. It's about 3/4 mile the southeast logical and on the south is a Tonda. They of course they do thought our safe position or thought of Miliano. They're really lucky, Take care of my nasty. I want to hear a coho. Kare Dara and Natashadna. His Anika Ewazo. Now, distance is a town to yet at this gigla. Little 20 niche with this care of money. I know April money, she thought he is the little non on his knee. But here to say, people cure me. What is their policy that they're doing so much very fast than what we're doing? Just cases attack, narcissistic case. Michelle used getting on Angel Stars and the crushing there's on it. He get this quote off. Yeah, on his position on a quantum the controller that was in the kid. It all to this Idaho has the one so out of share the net develop corporation. We all look for as improvement. I think of it not in the store because never caught teacher. This infrastructure is coming up with this American Rescue Plan Act funds. I know it's very easy when this comes around with the Dr. Yellman's office. It should be easy for us to get this one underway immediately. Once about our speaker share. Selection happened on it all. 24 councilmen once away each shadow list none. Could add our own sort of on go back on mute now. Thank you very much for the flow.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go to Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Sosi. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you for the presentation, DDC. I do have to admit, DDC, that you guys don't report to the various committees. You've never, at least with Law and Order Committee, reached out to say we would like to report on what we've been doing. So I honestly forgot that you guys even existed. And it's kind of like that saying, the money's coming and all of our relatives are coming out of the woodwork. And that's what I feel DDC is doing now. And my initial question was already asked, which was just a basic question of what does DDC want? And it sounds like you guys said that you want to help manage funds. But within your presentation, I also heard you say that, if you guys are allowed to do this, you're going to have to hire more staff, which means you'll be coming to us for more money. You also mentioned, your IT system. So more than likely, you're going to probably need to, maybe upgrade on your IT system, which means you're going to be coming to us for more money. So in a way, you're asking to expand, not only with manpower, but also your equipment, which also means there's probably going to be an increase in your salary somehow. I think that's going to be included in there as well. So I, for one, I don't know a lot about your corporation or DDC at all. I wish that you would have come to us as, throughout, to report to us, as does other enterprises. So to me, I do not support your plan or your proposal right now. I was looking to see if I had a really good understanding of what you're talking about in regards to the way that you see your structure. And I'm looking at specifically slide 11 and 12, where you do have a diagram of how you see yourself, and I guess maybe kind of the reporting structure. So it appears that, from what I'm seeing, that there's going to be a lot of duplication of services, because it looks like you are proposing to do the work of Department of Justice, you're proposing to do the work of DCD, you're proposing to do the work of DED, you're proposing to do the work of IT, of Office of Controller, and also OMB. At least that's how I'm seeing it, and please correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that, the way that I see this is, we're as council, we have the option of giving directly to the executive branch or giving directly to you. And in my opinion, I think that, if it's a matter of those two, I am in favor of seeing what the CDC can do. And I would, I would vote to give you guys that opportunity to do that, because I feel like, being in council for the first time and also being introduced to politics, I don't see really anything being done on the executive side except, seeing kind of like an upside down triangle. I see the administration of Window Rock getting all of the money, and then it trickles down eventually down to the people, which has been a problem for me. And I've made that very clear to several of the divisions, and it doesn't come out as being taken so well, even though President did talk about that hashkeje, just being very direct. And so it is difficult to really get a full grasp of what it is that you're asking for council. But again, looking at the information that's being provided here, I'm just trying to make sure that I've got everything correct. Again, it looks like you are asking to do the work of Department of Justice, which is the contract management, which is also OMB's job. And then you have program project management, which is also under DCD and DED. And then you have financial management, which is under the Office of the Controller. So that's what I'm seeing right now. And so I do see duplication of services a lot here. I also see kind of a struggle for power. If council were to authorize funding to your to this particular enterprise, we're going to have we're basically going to have the same thing that happened with CARES, where we had division and departments that just did not want to work with that kind of just wanted to do their own thing. And what I had to come back and remind myself is this is the people's money. And the Navajo Nation has a history of, not meeting our audit. I know we are under federal audit for several things, not only for housing, but we also have about $34 million overspending that we also have to account for. We also have, again, NHA. We basically are in a lot of I guess maybe hot water with the federal government because we're not really managing our funding correctly, which is really just it's not a good thing for Navajo Nation because it puts a black eye on our request for funding. So I guess in a sense, I just feel like, the executive branch really hasn't shown us very much of what they are capable of doing. And I believe one of my colleagues always says, that we pay them a lot of money. And with some divisions, what I get are excuses. So that's where I'm saying, I would support, if DCD was saying that they want to take this over, because we still have to manage the everyday, day-to-day operations of the nation. And I think that that's what the controller was trying to say initially when the CARES money came out is, as a controller, I'm still, in charge of, or not, maybe I shouldn't say in charge of, but I'm still responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Navajo Nation, and I'm also responsible for the CARES money. So I can see now with the ARPA funds, how we all keep saying lessons learned, we want to do things differently. I don't have any negative things to say about the controller because in my opinion, I think that, she had the people's best interest in mind. And more importantly, she wanted to ensure that the Navajo Nation did not pay back any funds and that we didn't get in trouble for anything. I would rather somebody take a fine-tooth comb and go through, what the requests and allocations were made than, have to come back to the Navajo people to say, oops, you know what, we gave this much money to this project and we found out that project wasn't eligible. Now sorry, Navajo people, now we owe this much money, which the Navajo Nation technically has done in the past. But I think because we are being very, very transparent now, because of the teleconference, because this is aired out there, now the Navajo people are holding us accountable and saying, you know, whoa, how is it, you know, council didn't know about this? And so I think that, again, you know, DDC, I think the mistake that you all made was this is the first time, if not maybe the second time, that you've reported to council. And some of us, at least I should say I, as a council delegate, forgot you guys even existed. So I think there are a lot of things that are going on here that are of concern to me. But at the same time, I'm not going to say that I completely disagree or that I completely, you know, don't support what you're doing. I guess I just need clarification to make that, to make that determination. At this point, I do somewhat disagree because I think that there are duplication of services, but I think that's where that clarification will help me to decide whether this is something that I do agree to. I also noticed that within your slides that you have that you are going to be doing some negotiations. So I'm looking, I looked at your last DDC, I think it's your summer 2020 issue. I think that's the last issue, summer 2020 issue, volume 2, that came out where you reported what DDC has been doing. But I noticed that within that there was also names of people who are working for DDC. So my question is, for your attorneys who are working with you, are they Navajo Nation barred? How many of them are Navajo? Also, and then you also have a list of your DDC employees. I want to know how many of your DDC employees right now are Navajo and how many are in executive positions. I also know that you have been partnering, or maybe there are other projects that you have been, that you have also been affiliated with. So are those companies, or are they, corporations that have Navajo people employed with them? Because I think the comment that keeps being made is we've been sending money out. I think at one point there was a comment made that, we sent money out to Pennsylvania. There was also another comment made about consultants that the controller had hired, that they are also non-Navajo. So I think that question is fair to ask across the board of every single enterprise, because I think if we're going to call out and target the controller for the decisions that she made on behalf of the Navajo people, then we also need to do the same with those who are coming before us asking council for money. And then the last thing that I do want to say is in regards to your project managers and and what they have been doing, or what they need to be doing. I know that there have been comments about divisions doing a really good job. I mean, I don't know. I can only speak about my division directors and with the various project managers who are out there saying that they're working on behalf of the Navajo Nation, getting things done. I don't know. I've heard other delegates speak of the same issue as well, but I don't see projects getting done. And yet, somehow we always, and again, in my area, I don't see projects getting done. And I can say that, based on that, I know that, the division directors are not doing what they should be doing. And maybe they've decided to just focus on a certain area to get projects done. I don't know. Again, I can only speak to what I know, and I can only speak to the experience that I have had with the projects that are going on within my community. And I can say that with your presentation on project management, I truly believe that project managers are needed. And I think that there was questions about chapters, and I know that during the CARES presentation, so many times the controller told us delegates that chapters are considered high risk. There was recently an article, I believe it was in the Navajo Times, about a chapter that took some money. And when that makes the newspaper, it just makes all chapters look bad. And I know that I myself, for my chapter, my chapter is under investigation. And, it's very difficult to say that I support my chapter because, if they're under investigation, then, it's difficult to say that. And so I know as delegates, it is our responsibility to know what's going on within our chapters. So if there is a chapter that is mismanaging funds, it falls back on the delegate. And the question that the people should be asking the delegate is, why are you not doing your job? So, there's so many things that are going on. I think right now, I'm really worried about the ARPA funds. And I know that there was a comment made that the first, amount of money should go to the chapters. I disagree. I believe that the first disbursement should be made to the people because we are using their information, to get these funds. And I've stated it already before, but I'm planning to propose a second hardship to the people because so many of our people have suffered. And we've given money to, different divisions and departments, and we're finding out that, special duty pay wasn't paid out, hazard pay wasn't paid out. Our employees are purchasing their own PPE gear. Our employees are paying, they're paying out of pocket for their own gas money to go back and forth to Window Rock. And to me, it just seems like it costs our employees to work for the Navajo Nation, when that shouldn't be the case. And we still continue to have Navajo people come to us, talk about, what they are going through. So I think that the first disbursement should be made to the people. And then, yes, the chapter projects, I agree. Chapter projects, in my opinion, should be second. But so many times we've overlooked, the people we trust as delegates. We trust that when money is dispersed to these different programs, that the services are being rendered to the people. If that were the case, as delegates, we would not be hearing from the people about what they are going through, whether it's, having to pay for funeral costs and not getting the full amount, or whether it's, not getting any assistance from chapters, whether it's, coming to us and saying, I don't have a job anymore and I had to move home. $1,350 is really not a lot of money when a person has to give up their job to come home because there are no jobs available out there because of the pandemic. So in my opinion, I think that the people need to be put first before the chapters, before the chapter projects. So again, I in a way, I am on the fence with the information that you provided to us today, DDC. And I guess the other thing, I know that it was reported to us, I believe it was, JT Willie did report about the PPP and the loans that were given out to the various businesses and also, to enterprises. And so what I want to ask is with the PPP loan, one, did you get a PPP loan? And then two, what I guess is the status of that PPP loan? And so if you could give me some information on that, I think that would help me in deciding whether I am in support of DDC or whether I don't support. But again, at this point, because I see duplication of services, because there are still so many unanswered questions, I don't support DDC. And then more importantly, you guys talk about being transparent, but this is really probably, and I could be wrong, but I think maybe the second or third time that you've come before council since I have been I guess, a delegate. So again, if you need me to put these questions in an email and send it to you, I can do that. Normally I do that, and I apologize, but I wrote them down, and I can send it to you if need be. Thank you so much, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for the presentation, DDC.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles. With that, let me go ahead and go back to you, Mr. Sosi. Sosi, floor is yours for response, and then go back to the queue. Thank you.
Okay. So there was a lot of questions there. Yeah, and I would ask that we receive an email just to make sure that we can answer all your questions in full. So, but I will answer a few of the highlights here. Okay. So, as far as reporting to council, right? So, per the DDC's operating agreement and bylaws, we report appropriately through our shareholder reps. And so at times we've been called to report to the Budget and Finance Committee, and the time we came before council, it was a misunderstanding. But we have no problems in doing that. So I would ask for a schedule, and two, what is the council's expectations? Because I'm not quite sure exactly the protocol, and also what makes sense as far as reporting to stakeholders across the Navajo Nation, whether it be the president's office, speaker's office. So we have a lot of stakeholders out there. And so I'm willing to do what makes sense, understanding that we do have a business that is geared mostly off reservation, and that's really the beauty of the business model here, because I like to describe DDC's business as grabbing as much money off reservation and bringing the profits back home. So that's how I like to describe it in very simplistic terms. And so as far as duplication of services, the proposal is really to help out and augment services, because you're right, a lot of people have their regular jobs to do. I mean, the regular business that we all have done before any pandemic hits or any adjustments, we still have our regular business to do. And then so we're just wanting to help out with the augment of services and processes and systems. So yes, the services, the technical description of the services, yes, you can look at it as duplication, but it's not really a duplication. It's really just adding more hands to the effort, because there's a lot of rocks to lift here, and not one person can lift all of the rocks that are needed to build this wall. Okay, so it's really a helping out of services. And then we as DDC, we are right now represented by outside legal counsel, which is licensed on the Navajo Nation. So that was the one question. And then on the point of employees, DDC, by virtue of our model, we do business on military installations across the world, right? And so we do not have very many Navajo employees, and that's because of the requirements that are out there to place employees on sites, right? One is our security clearance requirements. A lot of this work is top secret or many levels of secret. And so finding Navajo individuals who are cleared by the Department of Defense to perform this work, right? It's a challenge. And it's a challenge to find any person that is cleared to do the type of work we do. And then the second obstacle is that relevant experience. A lot of the federal government is behind on their systems and business practices. So we're dealing with legacy systems like mainframes and DB2 kicks technology. I mean, these are old things that when I was in school, these were things like 25 years ago. These technologies were old, and the federal government is still working with these technologies. And so finding the Navajo with the relevant experience to be able to execute that work is also another barrier. And then just the physical location of this work. It's a lot of it's on the East Coast and abroad. So finding those skill sets is a challenge to find anybody. So that is the real reason why we have very few Navajo employees, but we do have good training programs and mentorship programs. So we call them proteges. So we have a collection of young Navajo individuals who are learning the business, so they can be the leaders and be able to, if not a leader, then go on contract or to help the work out in some sort of fashion. So we have a pretty good training program that helps infuse the talent that we find. And then on a PPP loan, we did not get a PPP loan from the Navajo Nation. We did apply for a PPP loan from the U.S. government, but the rules on federal contractors were so prohibitive that we chose not to accept a PPP loan. So so on both levels, whether on the federal level or the Navajo Nation level, we have not received a PPP loan. So for the rest of the answers of your questions, please send an email. My email is austin.soci@ddc-dene.com. So I look forward to the email. And
So,
then Mr. Tom.
Thank you, Austin. In addition to that, Mr. Sosi, I think it's important to reiterate that DDC is merely offering a solution that's complementary of work that's supposed to be done in tandem with the Office of the Controller. In understanding that, we're going to take our direction from the three branches of government that govern the Navajo people, the Navajo Nation Council, the Office of the President, and the judicial branch. Our intent isn't to duplicate the services being offered, but merely to provide a clarification of services to these groups to make sure that, right now, as Austin mentioned, there's a constant reiteration that there's not enough resources available to help connect the dots. For us, in addition to the financial management piece, what do we need to do in order to get Chinle chapter, I'm just using Chinle as an example, to get Chinle chapter projects approved? Is it the simple absence of a memorandum to be written in a format that appeases the procurement process? If so, a member of the DDC team will sit down with the Chinle chapter house staff and make sure that they make the appropriate requirements necessary to attain funding as fast as possible, so that we're not sitting December 29th, 2023, or whatever the deadline is for to expend these funds, to make sure that, we have a surplus of funds that we don't know what to do with. And our offering today is merely just to offer support in that capacity. It's not to replace an entity of the Navajo tribe. It's merely to offer assistance using the experience that we built our successful businesses on. Thank you.
Question and privilege speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Noon, there's really not any question of privileges and work session, but I can come back to you as a follow-up.
Sir, I just need to get the email address again. I'm sorry.
My email address is Austin, AUSTIN TSOSIE at DDC-Dine.com. Austin.soci at DDC-Dine.com.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Soci and Soci for the follow-up. Pat, let me go back to the board. I do have Honorable Carl Slater in the queue. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to DDC for the presentation. I really am encouraged by the thought and the ideas that you've put down to paper. And I think it shows leadership from one of our enterprises to be proactive in figuring out how they can provide utility back to our people. So yeah, thank you very much for what you've put together. Doesn't mean it's perfect or in its final stage right now. And I think we should all, recognize that as we're developing our next thoughts on how we can use ARPA for the best benefit of our people. I have one question to start off, and that is, do you have a mandatory minimum dividend back to the Navajo Nation, or is it at your own discretion at this time? And then if you could talk a little bit more about your incorporation status, like, are you a Section 17 corporation, or how you're incorporated? And then lastly, I think, there's a lot of good ideas contained in the proposal. And this is more of a comment for my colleagues and our people, that we should be able to mitigate risks by spreading a certain amount of projects and resources across different entities. And to the extent that we can use our own enterprises that will provide revenue back to the nation in the form of dividends or locating work and housing it on Navajo so that we're paying Navajo taxes, we should look at that. And before we categorically dismiss this opportunity, we should really weigh those benefits. And I think there could be immense benefits from providing a certain, number of projects or allocations to DDC. And I feel like the presentation is clear, and I understand it. The benefits that you can bring to the table are these project management and financial management components. But what we as leadership need to do, and this is where I think DDC needs to think through things a little bit more, and you heard from Chair Charles Newton, DOJ, legal, what are things that cannot be really handed off to a third party, to an enterprise or to a corporation? And if that's the case, is there a way to have an integrated model where you have DOJ attorneys, maybe supervising attorneys that are brought under contract at DDC or directly under DOJ to assist with this? Because the feedback we get at council is that nobody wants to work for our Office of Legislative Counsel, or very few people do, because of the grinding nature and how we as delegates treat attorneys. And then that same thing is true with DOJ, as they have projects that need to work directly with counsel. And so fashioning a way for the legal understanding to be fully fleshed out, I think is really important. And I would like to hear more elaboration in the future on that. I don't think you have something further to share on it now, and I don't expect something today. But we really, at council, need to have a strong understanding of when we hire attorneys, who their fiduciary responsibility is, or who it's to. Is it to the corporation, or is it to the Navajo Nation? And is it to the council, or is it to the president, or is it to some executive branch program? These are things that come up, and I think people who don't work with the nation a lot in certain areas, I mean, you obviously work with Navajo, but in other areas, don't contemplate those things. So I think that's important. And then when it comes to project management, and you have the financial back end, thinking about how you can work proactively and constructively with OOC. Something I think that we as a council and we as a government need to get a lot more comfortable discussing is the politicization of the controller's office. And I'm just going to throw that out there right now because it's turning into a political topic and discussion point when it really should just be the fiscal and fiduciary manager of the Navajo Nation. And we need to be very careful about how we raise that point because we're creating a politicized office that shouldn't be politicized. So I just ask that my colleagues really meditate on that point and not use it as a cudgel to defeat people who may, or entities that may have an interest before the government that conflicts with some operational area of existing contracts that may exist in the executive branch or in the legislative branch or in the controller's office. And just stay open-minded to using our own entities to advance this work. And the final point I'll make is something that Delegate Otto So spoke to, and you mentioned as well, and that is finding synergies with other Navajo Nation entities. So from the schedule I see, we're supposed to hear from the chamber and also from CDFI this afternoon. We also have NDC, Natani Development Corporation. They're a Section 17. I think that it would be great if we could have a consortium of Navajo enterprises that will work on delivering these projects. And I say that because there are probably either tax benefits or other future-looking arrangements that we should look into. I think DDC is first and foremost a contractor for specific services before the federal government and is looking to leverage that expertise and experience in working for Navajo. But we have other businesses that are dedicated not to the sort of contractual work that's at the whim of government. There, I think, an NDC could stand up a housing construction unit or something like that. And maybe there's a way to provide mentorship to a subsidiary of NDC to get housing construction going, or to work with another enterprise to get another concept going that uses ARPA startup funds. And so that is looking at how do we leverage the ARPA dollars to support economic development, because we know how when the CARES Act funding came down and it went into hardship, all of that money left the Navajo Nation. And so there was really nothing that ended up circulating and having that high economic impact for recirculating those dollars on Navajo. And with this opportunity, with a longer time frame to expend these dollars, DDC should contemplate how could we help stand up businesses. Our business is as a contractor, but how could we help stand up some entities that will be ARPA eligible for startup costs, but potentially have strong revenue streams as a subsidiary of another entity of the nation, and will help provide further tax revenue back to the nation or fulfill another purpose, or help our people in another fashion. So those are the points I'd like to make, and I appreciate the presentation. So, Mr. Sosi and Mr. Tom.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Any other comments, questions at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman, let me go over the floor. Turn the floor over to you, and then I'll go back to Mr. Sosi. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, to presenters. And thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater. Thank you for putting it in a very diplomatic manner about how we're almost putting DDC against OOC. And for myself, DDC, I don't, to basically for you folks to mention OOC's title and their work. I guess number one, financial management shall remain with the Navajo Nation. That's my view. For you to augment, as in your initial presentation on project management, contract management, I would agree to those purposes for your presentation. I do realize that I, as a delegate, know very little of your accomplishments. And that's why I was asking for financial statements. That's why I was asking for what projects have you basically succeeded on and where you've found monies to leverage. And you've skirted those responses to my questions. And so that's how come I'm skeptical. And you haven't sold me on your presentation, number one. And so, again, for people that have experience working with you, you know, they're already on board. But you haven't presented anything to, I guess, really convince me. But I am willing to support you on the project management and the contract management, because I acknowledge that the Navajo Nation is very weak in that aspect. And that's how come I cited Head Start. Basically, requesting 80 Head Start centers without the folks knowing what exists on the ground. So understand that, and to colleagues, understand that. That's my position. And so, again, like I said, and I agree with Honorable Vice Chair Slater and Madam Chair Charles Newton that that physical management is the duty of the Navajo Nation because they are the recipient. And what I see going is the aspect of subrecipient
contracts. I know it was a problem with the CARES Act. And how do we work if those same impositions are placed on the nation through this American Rescue Plan Act? Then how do we best coordinate that? And I guess the one aspect is, if you were given a large amount of money, the main thing I kind of like took note of is you're going to have to hire staff, and that capability kind of where you touted your capabilities, that aspect kind of like is diminished. But again, as we go forward, I really feel like I'm willing to allow for the consortium of enterprises to help us build a nation. And again, the focus is on water line, power line, and the internet connectivity aspects. Thank you for allowing me to make these final statements, Speaker, and I appreciate everybody's attention to what has been presented and what has been responded to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Mr. Austin Sosi. And then I'll go to, I think the controller's on the line. I can go to the controller after that. Mr. Sosi?
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Slater, to answer a couple of questions that he had, right? So, there is no prescribed formula for the dividends that are given back from DDC. So, we've been in startup mode for a while, right? Survival startup mode, whatever you want to call it. So, but now we're out of that phase. But our dividends per our bylaws are calculated by about a dozen, maybe 15 business factors that we consider. We consider future growth, we consider profits, we consider gross margins, we consider business development efforts, mergers and acquisitions. There's a whole slew of information that we methodically come up with a dividend number. So with that said, we have increased our dividends since we started our regular give back. And so, those started at 200K, and we've gotten into the realm of 400 to 500K. So, so that's really how our dividends are calculated. And so we are a wholly owned corporation from the Navajo Nation, and so that's how we are incorporated, and we have some abilities that other Navajo Nations entities cannot do. Like since we're in a holding company model, we can start up businesses, and then our reporting structure, we report through a board and our shareholder reps. So, and then there were some other questions about the fiscal management, right? So yes, the Navajo Nation is fiscally responsible for these ARPA funds. And so what we would need is since the fiscal management touches the areas of contract and program management, is that contracts would be written at various levels, right? So it would be contracts from the Navajo Nation, whether it be from the Office of the Controller or the Division of Economic Development. I'm sure I'm just throwing out ideas, but that these contracts would stipulate guidelines on how these funds can be expended and the reporting mechanism back, or basically the deliverables of the contracts. So that's how I envision the DDC doing the fiscal management here. And then another question was about capabilities. So yes, we would have to hire staff, but we could leverage the model that we have in place, but also the framework that my staff and I have built over these years. So it's adding to that framework that is very compliance and a structured model that could be leveraged, therefore taking advantage of the capabilities that we have to offer. So, Mr. O.C. Tom, do you have anything to add for the past few comments?
No, I think you covered all the questions there, Mr. Sosi, and we can definitely provide additional intel to folks who need it as delegates. So would like to see some additional financial data for DDC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, are there any other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time for Dene Development Corporation? We still do have the Chamber of Commerce and also Navajo City of Phi on the agenda, colleagues. Who did they say? I didn't hear somebody said something. Honorable Keon Begay, did you request to speak?
Speaker, yes, I did.
So go ahead.
Yes, I did text in. I guess the another way, a lot of time I have to backtrack on some of my comments for misinterpretation. I guess the best way is to say it in English in order for me to get my statement across for clarification or for an understanding. My stance and position is that how can this company or our own Navajo enterprise to have it connect to the chapter in order for us to move forward in helping our local chapter. And I believe that's one thing that I would ask if the DDC could be able to make another, revise or a recommendation of how you can help the local chapter in this particular process. Not just only the dollar figure. We tend to have exact dollars that's being mentioned, but I don't believe we don't really have an official number yet. Based on that dollar amount and additional, like I'm looking through the BIE, I mean, they're looking at distributing almost 850 million. And how many BIE schools do we have? Maybe those are some areas that I would like for your firm to help the local chapter. Like I have 4 BIE schools of the 5 chapters that I represent. And I also have 1 high school, which is Uniform High School. It's a BIE school. And the rest are a community school locally controlled security contract schools or grant school. And then, of course, I do have several public schools. And then in that another area, each state reaching out to the state and asking them how much are they allocating towards the Navajo Nation. But the biggest area that I'm really much would like help is the broadband area, because there's a broader, there's a bigger chunk of funding that tucked into all these different funding allocation to the BIE, to the BIA, to IHS, to the state, and then again, like I said, specifically for tribe, there's a set aside for $1 billion. So working closely with the chapters, I think that will draw more support. Because yes, there's always a bad apple, and there's also always accountability. But I'm sure that's where you would come in. But nonetheless, bigger projects management would be needed across the Navajo Nation. So that's one area that I'll reiterate specifically. Of course, when we do talk in Navajo, we tend to go across the whole field, all around 360, and then we come back to the question that we want to ask. But that's the purpose for that is that in Navajo, obviously, to get a better understanding, comprehend of what we were trying to get at. Usually that's my way of asking questions. And then asking questions that doesn't necessarily pinpoint for me to not dislike or not supporting a program. But obviously, we have a lot of listeners, and this is being recorded. And maybe someone who's not able to ask some questions is able to get an answer through us. So these are the reasons why a lot of us ask questions, which not necessarily doesn't mean that we're not in support of it, but more of asking, we get a response or getting the answers for others. So with that, Speaker, again, another plea, another request is that how could the DDC be able to connect with the local chapters in order for us to move forward, and hoping that my Nolly, I think she will be speaking, if she is able to hire this particular firm, or if that's the case, or if that's necessary, in order for us to move forward and get things done as soon as the funding becomes available. Speaker, I appreciate the time again.
Thank you, Honorable Calumbier. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Eugene So.
Che. Che, so die Asien.
No, we can hear you.
What the che in me la ha che what hat so che. Oh yeah. Okay. I reckon don't matter what the stipulation for the ORPA funds is going to be, or the amount. It's a recovery. How it's being recognized. It's a plan. Okay, the Navajo Nation Council appointed division directors. Knowledge of sorts as other or funded for the same outcome to be with these ARPA funds. Can we save money if we loan site some funds to other that's going to be asking for help along the way? What the division director should be doing. because now I believe we appointed them with their ingenuity, with their know-how. Even ye in the seat, we don't even ye able to all niche right now. It's time for them to have that challenge to come up with something where we don't have to put money outside, but put it our account on shit. As not what you do, it will be more, maybe a penny more, but we use our own government as a division. What is and also, it seems that we are saying that our division directors are not, toward the year, the done I think then you ain't that seat and the bother any clear the lake. So, should all on this case. To me, this whole money should go directly into our government, to the people. Instead of outside, and should all this what I know, that the cheeky. When this fund comes around, like the last time, because we know that we need the money there on the ground, and this whatever that the regulation is has to be not contradicting how to put this money on the ground. Those are the ones that the money is for, so that we can recover. That we say that we broadband needs, and we need our kids to catch up, and that's the where it needs to go. Should all on this and on the way there, and should all this what I know. She now she got a khaki, a sort of base of it on the she could be each. That's how I see it, no matter how you slice it. So my language, can only be said in the net because it's live. That's what I speak with for my people. Something no, words can't be defined. Words can't be defined in Western or English. It has to be said in Navajo to make it strong, make it holy. So those are some languages that I use when I talk. And I like to be, recognized. Do you say legends and dreams? We are the legends. And there are dreams, or our kids, they dream. That's what we're headed for. That's where we're going. I show up on so case. I don't all base of why it's given to us. Even yes, we did this before. I think we didn't learn during the CARES Act. We need to learn, this money that's coming around has to go to our own government to help the people that needs it on the ground. There's a lot of things, and every 24 of us knows what was needed there. Abba hasn't yet. And there are people already there that can do it. And besides that, what's that? But we need to use this money for the people. That's what I'm here for. I appreciate your all your inputs. You have that knowledge to consider, what is being presented and how it can be presented onwards. How to establish a good information for our people and to put something down on the ground. But these are the answer to me is we need that money for the people, not somebody else. We need it for the people. All the 100% of that money needs to go to the people. Our government, who's going to help the people on the ground. In our chapter, and we all know that. Every one of us, we could not in a sergeant with legislation. That's where we should be concentrating on. Excuse me for my excuse me and forgive me. So I feel to say and all the council delegate that is not party are not Ashen at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regine. So now let me go back to you, Mr. Susi. Any kind of follow-up on those questions or comments?
Okay, all right, thank you. So the one of the main questions here is how to help the chapters, right? And that's a very complex question because there's 110 chapters and there's various needs, but there's also some common themes as far as what the needs are. But the way we can help is that there needs to be a strategy for the interaction between the government branch and the chapters, and maybe there's one out there, but I am unaware of a strategy. So we have become very good at developing strategic plans and business plans, and so it would be a matter of developing a strategy that hopefully covers most of the chapter needs. And I have to admit, I have to say that probably being a little naive, but what I we've got to try to develop economies of scale here to where most of the chapter needs can be taken care of via the strategy. So and then the other question here was about what are we looking for? So right now we have a conceptual model, right? That I believe can work. We've exercised many elements of it in the way DDC does business, working with the federal government. And so what I see is a exploratory phase. And so this exploratory phase would help us in the areas of fleshing out that chapter strategy, of really defining the stakeholder needs from the executive and legislative branches, right? And also the Department of Economic Development. There's definitely a lot of homework still that needs to be done with how this would work with DOJ and how those mechanics would look. And then also we're working with the controller's office and touching base with the division directors across Navajo, and not to mention all the other enterprises, right? And how they envision executing a portion of the funds, right? So what I really see is we should take the next step, and the Navajo Nation government needs to take an investment inside of this strategy or the business model. So I'm looking for a funded exploratory phase in the tune of about $325,000. And so that would help support a lot of this time to flush out the details to really make this model work. And so because there is a lot of touch points that still need to be defined. And so that was my essential slide at the end of the presentation. So thank you. OC, did you have anything to add?
I did not. Just to reiterate that, we're definitely here to help and to provide a service that's complementary to the efforts of the controller's office. I know there's a lot of questions right now. We would love to have a scope of work in addition to determine the exact functions of our participation. However, we're unable to receive that, and we're hoping to get that from collaboration with Navajo Nation Council and the Office of the President and Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, OC, and associated with that. You know that it was mentioned the controller, and I think the member controller might be on the line if she has anything to add before we continue on to Dene Development Corporation. Well, actually, Dene Chamber of Commerce is our next presenter.
Speaker, this is Controller.
Yes. I hear you.
Am I okay? Am I on?
Yes.
To kind of respond. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the time. Good afternoon, everyone. Speaker, members of Navajo Nation Council, the Net Development Corp, and everybody who's on the line, as well as the public. Maybe the OIG is listening, who knows? I always say that because some of the stuff being discussed is a little problematic for me from my office, with the controller's office for the nation. So it's a little bit hard to listen to all of this, just to be honest. It feels like the OOC and the controller's office has failed in some ways. That's what it sounds like. Like we don't communicate, we're in silos, etc. So I'm here to say that I feel like our office did a tremendous job given the time deadlines, the lack of Treasury guidance, all of those things, as well as do our regular job. And it's not just the controller's office, it's our consultants, and it's not just Baker Tilly. I just want to say for the record that I did hire a Navajo CPA firm that nobody ever talks about. So I'm going to mention them. Shout out to Noon and Associates. I also want to say that it's a little bit insulting because I am a Navajo. I'm a Navajo female. I'm the first Navajo female CPA who's a controller, and also probably insulting to our Navajo consultants, CPA consultants that were hired and that I've hired through the years since I've been here, that do the jobs that help augment the job that we do here at OOC. So we did, in terms of the work that happened, that I think nobody really knows the behind the scene work that we do. I will point out a few things. Given the tight deadlines that was CARES, our office has carried out the regular work that we're responsible for. We're on target we close the books on time. We have our single audit and our financial audit that is on target. And then we administered, $714 million on top of the $400 million that we normally administer, and a $200 million operating budget. And some of the work did go outside. I will say for the record that I legally following the Navajo procurement, I legally hired Baker Tilly. I did an RFP back in June. I also hired Noon and Associates, again, a Navajo CPA. So I feel like my office at this point in time is currently being targeted. Maybe it's politicized, like Delegate Slater saying. Somewhere somebody's pressuring, and here we are today. I'm being pressured to hire the Net Development Corp. I find a few things problematic with this, which is probably the reason why I'm not responding to them. In fact, I was writing a letter so that it's documented, and which I will still continue to do. And it's pretty much will go along the lines of I feel like DDC has no experience. So they can't even compare themselves to Baker Tilly and what Baker Tilly has done. Baker Tilly has, 30 tribal clients that do what they do as they've done with us regarding CARES. They have state and local clients that just literally, they just help administer CARES dollars. They are a CPA firm, a multi-billion-dollar CPA firm. They had all the resources to help the Navajo Nation. Keep in mind, I hired them in June. Office of the Controller did not get their expenditure plan signed. President line item vetoed early on, and then I had to beg, I had to do it twice to get the compliance budget. And so let that sink in. We got the money in May, I begged twice, finally got the money in October, and I had 2 weeks to spend the money. So someone like Baker Tilly had to front their own money to help us for the betterment of the Navajo people. So with that, I am really offended because I feel like I'm being attacked because of my decision making. So there you have it. And I feel right now at hand, we're talking about the Net Development Corp. They don't have the experience. I'm gonna ask them, how have they ever managed CARES dollars for other tribes? I doubt it. And now they want to manage, or help me, I guess, manage ARPA funds. I can sit here and listen. They don't know how the Navajo Nation works. I did not want to be talking to them and educate them. Just now they said they want $300,000 to be exploratory so we can educate them on the Navajo process. I'm not totally against the Net Development Corp because I think, as I told them in my conversation, I said, I think the chapters might need help. Maybe DCD needs help. All these division directors who were tasked to procure and get these projects done. So I'm not going to sit here and rehash what has happened with CARES. I feel like OOC did a heck of a job. We got it done. We're closing out the hardship and the CARES Act. It was a lot of work. I mean, just us reporting to Treasury quarterly, it went from 200 pages to 400 pages. Now, I don't really feel like the Net Development Corp understands that there's internal control issues. Just now they said OOC will contract with them, but yet they're going to be taking direction from the 3 branch. But then they're going to help project management. So all in that little scenario, there's internal control issues. So, you know, in their presentation, they failed to mention the uniform guidance. They failed to mention GASB, you know, all the things that our office does. And, you know, people like Baker Tilly are aware of, or Noon and Associates. So the other problem I see is that I have a problem, and we said it so many times. They said it, leadership said it. We're talking about dividends. We are taking restricted federal dollars, and we're trying to put a square peg into a round hole that is somehow saying that they could help OOC, and then we're going to make them like Baker Tilly, you know, and somehow we're targeted, Baker Tilly's targeted, and then we're going to pay dividends to the Navajo Nation. That's like money laundering. So I have a hard time with that, especially given the Net Development has no experience in what I need. So I have a problem with that. We're openly discussing it in a public forum. And so those are food for thought in really politicizing my office. I mean, there's a reason why my office is set up the way it is. There's a court case that says I'm supposed to be objective. I really would like to be objective. I shouldn't be political, and I try not to be political, because where money matters, all sorts of scary things happen. All I'm doing right now is trying to keep the nation out of trouble, because we are dealing with federal funds, restricted federal funds with a lot of rules. And all I'm trying to keep people from doing is wearing orange jumpsuits at the end of the day. And I don't want audit findings. I don't want question costs at the end of the day. So those are my job responsibilities. I take them very seriously. I follow the law. Last I checked, the responsibility of hiring, administering the OOC and hiring falls on me. And so I feel really pressured that I have to do this. And so it's very hard for me to listen to. There are some specific questions delegate asked. Freeland, I think, asked the question of what is the return on the money that was sent to Baker Tilly. I will tell you, we went from $309,000 enrolled members to 399,494 enrolled members that we can sit there and certify to the Department of Interior. Because of that, if Treasury uses the 399,494 enrolled members, I will venture to say that that's about $300 million more that we will get in ARPA money. And we did not spend $300 million on Baker Tilly. So that's my response on that. There's questions about how many Navajos were hired. Baker Tilly, I know, hired 40 Navajos. Noonan Associates have Navajos working for them. My testers, my vendor for COVID testing has Navajo working for them. So I don't know how much I have to do. So, you know, it's really hard to listen to because I feel like the rhetoric is that I failed in some ways. And so that's hard for me. So I just wanted to say that. So I appreciate not being interrupted. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk and to chime in on this. Going forward, I just want to say the Treasury is, they're really, I mean, I wouldn't doubt if they're listening to us. I will not doubt that they will be trolling the social media. So all eyes are on us and what we do and how we treat these federal dollars. It is not our money, it's the American taxpayers' money. So they're looking to us and say, yeah, the Indians got a bunch of money. How did they spend it? Did they spend it according to the rules? You know, so we're front and center on the national, you know, scheme to say, you know, are we good with this? So that is our job. And here at OOC, we take it seriously. So I just wanted to say that, share that with council to say, let me do my job. Let me do an RFP. If I'm the one that has an opportunity for DDC to come in and do something, then I will do it, you know, and that goes for any of the enterprises. But none of the enterprise came and answered the call for my RFP way back in June. But because I did an RFP and somehow Baker Tilly, we decided that they're the best fit. They have the resources and the expertise and the technical knowledge to help us, which they did. And they did a great job. Now I'm going to be targeted. So I don't see anybody else being targeted. DOJ, they spend a lot of money on outside counsel. I don't see anybody saying, you need to hire a Navajo attorney. I know that because when I was an attorney, I didn't get hired by them. I answered an RFP. So where was all the Buy Navajo back then? So I know I'm really passionate, but that's what I got to say at this point in time after having listened to this stuff. I will write all of this stuff up for the record because you never know when Treasury is coming in. So just wanted to say those words. I appreciate it. And yeah.
Oh,
Okay, thank you, Madam Controller. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in queue. Are we ready to move on to the Dene Chamber of Commerce?
Speaker Kelly.
Yes.
Hello?
Speaker Kellen.
With Naabik'íyáti.
Speaker, I guess maybe there's a time where maybe you direct us, and I'm not sure if I've done that to offend anyone on the call, but how do we move forward in providing some information where it may seem that we're targeting some of our internal programs or division directors or even ourselves as delegates? I mean, we are blamed. I'm part of the problem with some of the issues that we're talking about. Ado kodo the Naabik'íyáti dagi sto latin in our lagan text da yi lehagit o adabek out latron hit no kabini jahna o zin handen o jo kwakit ni he kodo the Naabik'íyáti ni tsanage kodo the nahagin la te hot abe betren sa ke ko na na ela ako ashi ni tato hot asa linigi bech hi ni the sister zinge enjoy the land linge bayel kit the bayast kit arudati it a kohnin la the chapters directly coming from the people but hone ado listit au hachayata ki adet ado nedigin the thal hatni da sat the land lingi sa lingi yin hata hatzi bakhalit al hajoba di litba de shlik in so sat in ses case sister zinge akoko we chedo every day be thati shato be thati khati be pas anni lenigi sto the head ale khagi khati chato khat khai or what ko kwaki kishita anni maybe that's where you would come in to monitor and say to us you're getting into the fine line to start an accusations or making a negative comment on a certain people or something of that nature. Hot ego with the hot outside liniki da ko agi bayel ki hanan lo da shibe po hanet zan do le sto ko do da ko shi do sa liniki ko do bayel ki da front na the sto the nen liniki tuti yin dan hit kit do ya yas kit. I attended the veterans meeting on Sunday at Naabik'íyáti chapter, and these were the basic questions that were asked of me, where even the budget, the current annual budget, hashet out aton hanet data, hashet out atin the kutit veterans hatni with atin din higaneta ten, just that no other basic isi ni salat sodan limiki. Ako hot halit latik at ade peso no tahagi be kha teacher. Traditional Shizazing it got onto the agenda. A call Kodoshi that at only page and outlaw Kododa then lead aero basic it is it or Lehiki or honey Ziniki Joke and Halon Arch Hall Justida. A call a baby Nashiko Kodoshi Sazing that Bananish can't say. I think that you need I guess that's where you would come into where we're getting off the subject or getting off the line and where we're beginning to put individuals in the corner and start putting fingers. But I believe that we're the position as a delegate to ask questions to the individuals that are doing their presentation. So that's what I believe I've done that. If I didn't go, I mean, that's where you would come in and correct me, speaker. So that's my comment on this particular discussion that's going on right now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Naabik'íyáti, and thank you very much for your recommendation. As the way I'm looking at it, I'm going to refer back to the recording of this entire presentation, and Madam Controller, or anybody else, I don't think the efforts were to minimize or to put any formal, I guess, hardship or misguidance to know that the council hasn't appreciated what you've done. If I did anything in that nature, or as Honorable Keon Begay has indicated that in this morning's presentation, or allowed that to continue moving forward, the understanding was that this was something that was to help assist your office, and that was the component of what we're trying to do here. That was the move, the whole reason why Dene Development Corporation was on the agenda this morning. Moving forward on the other two components this afternoon, are still going to be talking about the ways to help small businesses and possibly some of the internal Navajo Nation components. Maybe the presentation for yesterday should have happened first before we went into today's discussion, when we were supposed to talk about some of the barriers that are in place and some of the red tape that needed to be recommended to be amended, not only maybe in the BIM manual or in the Appropriations Act, or waivers that needed to be recommended out there, that would probably have been an effort of us to get to today's point of better understanding. So I'll be working on that on Naabik'íyáti and taking that recommendation. But as any point, there I may not have taken into action, but I will make sure that that correction would have happened. And I do sincerely apologize, at least from my end, if there was any formal act of attribution or any kind of mistrust or any kind of misuse of words that was guided today and by this morning on behalf of the council. In doing that, I think that that's something that we could definitely move forward from. But the speaker's office will be looking at this morning's recording, Honorable Keon Begay, and taking that into consideration. So thank you for that recommendation. With that, moving on down, Honorable Chairman Nez, did he request to speak?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon.
Okay.
Honorable colleagues, Beshbahasana, Yat Elana Aran Ocean Keol Kill, Yat Eon Hatsoros and Apenda, the Nashashi, and Side Kesto, Nahat Leniki, Nahat Abetzili Olia, Tom Chi Nisa, Sabe or Gansit Anisa, Ashin. So hot elan in it in hot up at Ziligi del hard day base on a lot on hitching we later Washington. Hot end could on the base or Yahalianiki control of it has RGG Badahani Zing cares act. So the Arnil Skobati Krego Nikananish Delia do at Za hot egon Shensha Arnil Twodate. Hot end the control to go I guess a peso, it's the Gotichuiton in the geek days in Yesandal the sheep. Hot aid of as Zeko aid of Vigata. Asian Arja, Hit Ocean Halatsin that's a name, Nicola, the hot Aban Suscrest on the Yahas Bahas Tito Bahajina, or Bahachishkego Shin. I would date indicate on here, though, Badahashi, Kedop and Yenda ideal kit. Wait, Hajoy go na wait, letter ben Yakro, speaker of staff or OLS on Hika Natjaw. Every day in Halok Abane Kagon, there's a DAD work session one Dika. Yegon Naabik'íyáti Tito, the ideal is though deep base Robbe has only Hagi light and still خاجي لتن سلا خالي بعد خن خاجي هشت على دور نيل كت أجو نيل إيك أتكوشين هتاهن هكاك أو أتدي حتى كروتي دي سي لان هتاهن هكاتو هنا لانس سندو كونش proposal دي هت آن سسكيس هت آبن دهيت هت آن هدن نايه إك أدوات لاش نخيلتو أوغاسا كو هنسن نت سنتا هنال هنديل ناسكي يهندكا هجوت را نيلسكو هجو باتيتيكا خاله نات آني هياني شيدانيتلا عند تأجس ناجشين شلون هي president شين سو أحد أيام سكيس نغيرن هيغات إيت أهيت سوشين سو إشين دايشين نيل إيرو خد ديل نيل هجو دون نيل دنه نلاحته روشنان أجن ليرو ننيت يجين سون هتن أينا خو عند تأجن إش أروتيده best achieving success internet broadband yego be na hot it atil na atan toynesen yego toynesen ende tatsen steinsen ende tanan nishwinsen economic development neniginan nishkatanol chat obet ado peso tenne tin hen nahasto peso it's donated all Shayla has ago ego robe pepa yashti rights of way or ligeheki khalet I has edil nisto hajodil nis abahazin halland Sadabat he got ebiga didn't hat anilsko Aro sheh snant speaker dem yat yegon trust lashin horo na khasnza kroy anil skoshin has edil niso jashin Jashin nahan ashin hadland ahut esadida ahut ro ayashin chitahande tleshin hadland o sajin koron hizeran that is tlinda ahut leben kachikato areben nashnada huchinyara koroya tehosh delia at las nahna la shita tlatoles Hades gizonya basta hajon ro sashia shin da bis na ro le ya da chado le equation a khitorosh ya it se ho da no ike da bis na ro le it sends that the first time that you turn on that light switch how does that feel hashita ad et asnant no senegido pro anil skota idil agi khit ashinan nishin khaslandla Controller, OMB, DOJ, President's Office, Natsala, Neil Scotty, Jashi, Hot Ada, Hot Ada, he did, named A, Hot Father, but Hachi, the Haida, and the Hatch, Hot Ada, Stashi, the Sada Hatchet Sons, Arab and Natchan, Hashtale, it all Scott. Aro, next week, the more, the H, another short lasser. Right, a heggy sheet and Sendina Hat. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? If not, I'm still going back. Mr. Austin Associate, I don't know if you had any response because I know that your name was mentioned too as well. Our organization and as DDC leader.
Okay. Thank you. So I really wanted to share what my perspective is. At the end of the day, the Navajo Nation, it is a government, a government with its own branches, with its own laws, but also the Navajo Nation needs to function like a business. There are billions of dollars that are coming in and off the Navajo Nation, whether it be CARES Act, ARPA funds, coal revenues, through small businesses, through tourism. There is tons of monies coming back and forth. And so, yes, we have to adhere to compliance and government standards and everything, but at the end of the day, we can't lose the business focus. And so I definitely hear some of the controller's concerns, but we need to be open to new ideas to really put our people in a more prosperous position, right? When you look at the census data, and it's a little bit old until the new census data comes out, but we are far behind our counterparts for this nation in total, as far as our total family incomes, and our education, and just our collective prosperity. That's right. There are homeless people. There are people without running water. There are homes without electricity, right? And there's miles of road that still need to be paved and everything. But we really need to look at being more efficient as a government, as a people, to really build our core base and to lift everybody up, not only the chapters that are way out there, and the small communities that we have. But so all we wanted to communicate was a collaborative solution to be able to take full advantage of these once in a lifetime dollars that are coming down, and hopefully provide an avenue for the future. And so we are very versed when it comes to compliance and GAP and principles, and we have done our own audits, and we are compliant on very many levels, and our systems are second to none. And so we would put them against any of the mid-sized to large companies out there. And so we have a very good architecture. And so I would challenge the notion that DDC doesn't have the experience or the wherewithal to help out here, because at the end of the day, we do want to help out and do our part, so we can not only provide these dividends that we've been consistently doing, but help raise our people and help our total economic prosperity. And so, but at the core of this is project and program management. It's communication with the levels of government, the communication with the people, communication with the controller's office, and also what information is coming out. And communication goes both ways. And so we are still very interested in putting together a collaborative solution that includes the controller's office, because we definitely believe that we can help out. So and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Associate. Thank you very much, Mr. OC, as well, for your presentation. Thank you very much for doing the presentation and reaching out to not only the speaker's office, but your shareholders as well, to ask and to be formally recognized before this body. And thank you for that, the leadership that you guys are bringing to the table in the forefront internationally, and bringing that recognition of the Navajo Nation out there. And thank you for the efforts that you're doing in order for to be a partner in, especially as an arm of the nation, but still as a birth from the mother government. So thank you very much for that and being here this afternoon. So with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and move on down to item number B on our agenda. which is the Dene Chamber of Commerce. Is anybody on from the Dene Chamber of Commerce?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is Liddell Davies. I'm a board member for the Dene Chamber of Commerce. And
Okay.
we also have on the call Derek Watchman as well as another board member. I'm not sure, I recognize the phone number. I believe it's Al Henderson, but I'm not sure. Yes, so we're on. I was
Okay.
wondering if it's possible for us to, can I share my screen?
You definitely can.
Okay,
Yes.
let me make, I have this here.
Can you, were you, David, is it Davis?
Davies.
Davey. Ms.
Yes.
Davey, do you happen to have a copy of that presentation? So we could send that out to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee?
We do, and I'll have, I'm sure Derek will get that sent over ASAP, so everybody will have access to that. I just wanted to start with introductions. Myself, Liddell Davies, Nota Adena Bashishin, Tachini Deshichedo, Kiani Dashinella. My late parents were Claudine Bates Arthur and Harris Arthur. I live here in St. Michael's, and most of my family, former Speaker Lorenzo Bates, they live on the other side of the mountain in San Juan River Valley. So again, I'm a member of the Chamber Board of Directors, and I've been involved for several years with the Dene Chamber of Commerce. I just want to give a really brief history of it. We were established in 2013 as a 501c6 nonprofit corporation. And as such, we are a nonprofit, and we're organized very much similar to other chambers of commerce. So we have an all volunteer board. All of the board members are experts in their own right in different areas, whether it's construction, project management, just a wide variety of expertise on our board. We presented to you last week, and we wanted to follow up on that a little bit more, but well, we'd like to make sure that for any of the council delegates or participants that didn't see what we presented last week, just a brief summary of that, and then of course to answer any questions you may have. So with that, let me turn it over to Derek Watchman, who's been helping the chamber with all of this work, and kudos to him as a member of our Chamber of Commerce as well. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Derek Watchman. It's Ice Guinea Shle, Tohana Vashishin, Katnazani, Deshiche Auto, Tabahashanella. And it's good to be here this afternoon. And thank you, Board Member Davies, and I believe Board Member Henderson is on. And so in follow-up to our presentation to the committee, I believe a couple of weeks ago on April 14th, I will see if I can go and just represent what we presented the last time. Hopefully it won't take too much time here, but I'll basically, cut to what I think is important here. First of all, we basically, as Liddell pointed out, we are a 501c3 nonprofit, and specifically for what we are proposing to the committee relative to the American Rescue Plan. It is our opinion, after talking with many businesses and after doing business and being a part of the community since 2013, there's things that we see That's very important. And I'll just basically go over what we believe is the current situation for our Navajo-owned businesses. We did talk, and in many cases, we get feedback, and this is in general, that many of our Navajo businesses are not qualified or not capable. And of course, we dispute that because, as was reported by the Division of Economic Development, there's over 6,000 registered businesses with the Navajo Nation Economic Development. So that's a substantial amount. So we think that's very, very important. We also get feedback that relative to using our Navajo businesses, that in many cases, the Navajo Business Opportunity Act is not honored, nor is it enforced. And so that act, if you look at the history, that was approved by the Navajo Nation Council and signed into law by our prior president. That act basically called for use of Navajo businesses in contracts and in services and product that the nation and the enterprises use. And so the feedback that we get is that this very, very important act for businesses is not honored. And so we think that, that obviously causes some problems. We also, in talking with businesses and getting feedback, a lot of feedback is that our own Navajo businesses, they may have the technical skills, good contractor, good welder, good person that has a professional service. The problem that they run into is that maybe they don't have enough business insurance, they don't have proper performance bonding, or they don't have working capital. They don't have short-term lines of credit, so that when you get the job, you have to order the product, the supplies, and you have to hire your labor. In order to do that, you have to have working capital. In many cases, a lot of our businesses don't have that. And in some cases, the feedback that we get is sometimes, even though our businesses who are Navajo are really good, sometimes they don't have the complete business acumen, meaning that, they have the books, they do the accounting, it's not audited, or it's not CPA prepared. So we hear that a lot. The other issue that we run into, and we've been trying to deal with this as a chamber, is that many of our businesses have a hard time getting capital from the banks, from the financial institutions. And there's probably a whole list of reasons why, but it is our conclusion that our local banks have a hard time lending to a reservation business, primarily because it's a reservation-based address. And so you run into issues of tribal law, sovereign immunity, limited uniform commercial code, limited access to potentially bankruptcy or insolvency situations. It creates challenges. And so it really puts a lot of our Navajo businesses in a position where they just don't have access to capital. And so given this big opportunity that the Navajo Nation is going to experience soon, the chamber, the net chamber, we really would like to recommend that we, on a collaborative basis, stand up and support our Navajo-owned businesses. And it's a tall order, but we think it can be done. And so that's the current situation. What we're asking for is consideration that we all work together. And we would like to see, and I said this at the last time, there's 6,000 plus Navajo businesses. We would like every one of those businesses to be a part of the spend. If there's product and services that need to be done, use a Navajo. If there's a contractor, use a Navajo. If there's a pipeline that needs to be done, use a Navajo. If there's some paper supplies, if there's toilet paper, anything of that, use a Navajo firm, because what that does is that it keeps the money local and it keeps the money here on the reservation, which is very, very important. By doing so, it really helps to build our Navajo economy. It creates jobs, it creates a tax base. And so at the end of the day, when you have the government, the tribal enterprises, the other entities like BASHAs and the energy companies, and when you add that to our Navajo businesses, you have a significant gross Navajo product, which I think is very, very important. What that does, it builds a future for us. And we would rather see that as opposed to many of the dollars going to our border towns, Gallup, Farmington, Shiprock, Gallup, Farmington, Page, Flagstaff, Albuquerque. We ought to figure out how to keep the money local. And so basically, given what we're hearing today, one of the issues, today's topic is financial management. And from the chamber, the big important issue is how do you get access to capital? And so we heard this morning the presentation from the Navajo Nation Enterprise or Corporation, the Net Development Corporation. And so if you look at their plan, basically you got the federal government, you have the Navajo Nation, you have a funding authority, and then in the case of the Net Chamber, and of course we're here to support our sister nonprofit sister, the Navajo Community Development Financial Institution. We have a proposal on the table that we presented for roughly $100 million. And I'll get to that in a minute here. But one of the challenges that we have that we believe is very, very important, very, very critical, and it needs to be addressed so that we can continue to use our Navajo businesses. And that is that we need to look at supporting our businesses with loans from Navajo CDFI, with loan guarantees that we as the chamber wish to put on the table, access and improve access to insurance, i.e. general liability insurance, workman comp insurance, professional insurance, errors and omission insurance. Those products basically are hard to get for a small business, primarily because they're on a reservation. We have a plan to deal with that. The other big issue is bonding. If you look at, there is a requirement if, for example, you get a Navajo Nation contract, or if you get a subrecipient agreement. Also, if you get that from a Navajo enterprise, performance bonding is very, very critical. And what that does basically, it ensures that if the project is not done by the individual contractor, the bonding will kick in. We believe, just like a loan guarantee, there's a mechanism that we, as the chamber, in conjunction with the nation, can create a bonding, performance bonding pool that we believe will help our Navajo businesses basically get stood up so they get the contract. And so, but getting back to our proposal, and we presented this a couple of weeks ago, I'll step back a little bit here. We propose a $100 million program, primarily to stand up and support our Navajo businesses. As I said earlier, we propose a loan guarantee fund of roughly $25 million. We think that if you put this $25 million into a bucket, so to speak, and you use that to guarantee what the Navajo CDFI is pushing or actually extending, we think that $25 million, if you lever that, will allow for at least $125 million in loans. We're proposing a performance bond fund of $10 million. And again, this is very similar to the concept of a loan guarantee fund, where you have a pool, it guarantees in conjunction with a performance company, a bonding company. And basically a bond is a standby letter of credit. If we could put together a pool, we believe we could help the small business basically shore up enough performance bonding to get the job. We also think that our Navajo businesses could benefit by the hiring of what we call the Navajo Executive Core Program. We have very, very talented Navajos. We would like to basically hire them and have them assigned to businesses to work with them on a one-to-one basis, help them set up their business plan, help them put together their financials, help them set up with books. We basically we reached out to, for example, Intuit and QuickBooks. We're trying to get some feedback from them to help us provide basic internet-based accounting systems. We want to put that together for $9 million and create an executive core pool that would work with our businesses to get them up to snuff, so to speak. We do know that in the American Rescue Plan, there's roughly $11 billion that's separate from the 20 billion. The 11.5 billion basically is funding that's available for tribes, tribal businesses, and nonprofits. The challenge is that you have to put together proposals and competitively bid. And so we heard the other day that in some cases we're limited. We don't have grant writers on staff. The chamber would like to assist and work on a collaborative basis with the nation and the enterprise to focus and really bring together a team and focus on those huge grant opportunities that the nation is eligible for. And we put all the information together and we apply. That way we would support, OMB, OCG, and the enterprises as a team to make sure that we benefit and get as much as we can out of the 11.5 million. We think that's important. The other area that we propose, and this is what we call the Navajo Economic Recovery Centers. We think that there needs to be, as a start, in our major towns, Shiprock, Winter Rock, Fort Defiance, Crown Point, Chinle, Kayenta, and Tuba City. We believe that if we work in conjunction with, for example, the Navajo shopping centers, they can build some space, we will rent from them. Spaces where our Navajo entrepreneurs, our Navajo small business person, our Navajo business people can come. Now, obviously, we're still dealing with COVID, but we can set up a safe environment to where we have space to rent, a desk to use, a meeting room to use. We have high capacity photocopy machines, we have high capacity internet, and we have refreshments so that they can come to these areas and have basically a place to meet. We also could use that for, like, for example, Amazon delivery, UPS, or FedEx. We think that's very, very important, especially these days where many of our Navajo businesses don't need a business site lease. Many of them are working from home, partly because of COVID, partly because they don't need office space. But when they do meet, it'd be nice to have a space for them, like in Tuba City, next to the Bashes. They can come, and this is basically what we're proposing here is similar to what you see in a lot of big towns around the country. They offer a space, you basically pay a nominal fee, and you have great facilities. The other area that we think is important for our Navajo business community and our Navajo community and economic development in general is capital to jumpstart the Navajo opportunity zones that we have. For those of you that have been keeping up with it, there are several opportunity zones here on Navajo, primarily in Coconino County of Navajo and McKinley County of Navajo. Those zones have been designated by the US government. And what that means is that for an investor who has capital, who has a capital gain, they can take their money and invest it in those areas and basically be offered, or basically they won't be subject to the capital gains tax. Now, there's not much going on in this arena right now. The opportunity zones have not really been beneficial to Indian country and have not been beneficial here on Navajo. We believe one of the reasons is that we as a nation, using American Rescue Plan money, is we need to set up seed capital. We're proposing allocating $15 million to create a Navajo Opportunity Zone Fund. We would use that and invite and ask big monies, if you will, folks with a lot of capital gains. I'm going to use Warren Buffett as an example. Use him to say, okay, we as a nation, we have seed money, put your money in, and in turn, we will invest locally. We'll invest in local Navajo businesses. We will basically lend to these businesses in the opportunity zone areas. We think that there's a great opportunity to do that. And so with basically setting up $15 million, we think that's more than enough to put together a $60 million opportunity zone fund. Now, there's two other areas that I'll get to, and then I'm almost done here. The other program that we would like to see, and this is very important, this is what we're calling the feasibility study program. We know that in many cases, feasibility studies are really hard to get because there's not too many Navajo professionals out there, or they charge too much, or it just takes too long. And so feasibility studies are very, very important, especially when you go to a lender. A lot of times you have a great idea, you'll have the business person do the business plan, do all the pro formas, basically put on a spreadsheet and show that they make money or not. But a lending institution, like for example, Navajo CDFI, they always, and a bank, they always want to see a third party in firm with feasibility economic information to verify whether or not the business does have a good, viable financial plan. And so feasibility studies are very, very important. It's like a third party check. We think that's very important. We like to put that on the table, and we like to be a part of putting together and assisting our Navajo businesses to grow by helping them with their feasibility studies. The last one is administration and support, and that's basically for the chamber. As Ms. Davies pointed out, we've been operating the chamber on a voluntary basis, and so in order to fund and get the program that I just talked about, we're going to need some staff, and so we're proposing $5 million, which would basically be $5 million divided by 3 for every year. So that's roughly $1.7 million each year. And so we think that's very, very important. And so what we're proposing is that we work in conjunction with all of the other economic development providers, and that's Navajo Economic Development Division, Change Labs, Navajo Community Development Financial Institution, Diné College, NTU, and we collaboratively work together to provide services that stand up our Navajo businesses. We think that's very, very important, and it's fundamental to our growth. And so by helping a business either start up or grow, that provides tax revenues, it provides jobs, and it provides another vehicle for our young ones, our young individuals that go to college or they go to high school and they want to become an entrepreneur. We want to give them the tools so that they can be proud that they come home or they get out of high school and they want to create a job. There's many, many business opportunities here on the reservation. And we know that a lot of our young millennials, they're very, very computer savvy. And so we think that this program here, if you add it to the other discussions that the council has been talking about, broadband, water, sewer, electricity, if you bring that all together, it provides for a long-term economic solution. And it provides revenue. It provides revenue via taxes and business site leases. Because one of the big things that we know is that because we've lost the Navajo Generation Station, that's a huge chunk of money. The nation also, at some point, will probably see our Four Corners power plant shut down. And so if you add those two revenue sources up, that's roughly $50 to $80 million a year. We believe that we could make up that difference by growing and establishing more businesses here on the reservation. So, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Navajo Nation Council on this Naabik'íyáti committee, we think that our plan basically provides collaboration, it improves qualifications for Navajo businesses, it provides a mechanism to buy Navajo and use local Navajo. It allows us to partner with DED and other entities and enterprises. It helps facilitates the ARPA money to the local level and so forth. But bottom line, our position is that we need to strengthen our Navajo economy through use of Navajo businesses. And so I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Davies to kind of wrap up our presentation from the mid-chamber. But we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to the chamber. We feel that we're basically standing here representing the 6,000 Navajo businesses that are out there. Businesses, for example, the artisans over in Cameron and Monument Valley, the businesses that have business site leases, the businesses that are professional service companies and they provide consultants, the businesses that do construction for electricity, wiring, construction for bathroom additions. And then those businesses that have storefronts, the Denny's, the Burger Kings, all the other ones that are on this great reservation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'd like to turn it over back to Ms. Davies for some closing comments, and then we're open for questions, and we'll do our best to answer. So, yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Davies, is that it?
No, I was just waiting for a speaker to acknowledge, make sure I wasn't.
Go ahead, Ms. Davies, the speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, members of NABI, and everybody listening. So yes, we did present this earlier to many council members, and what we'd like to just emphasize, what I'd like to emphasize in closing is that because we are a 501c6 organization, nonprofit organization, we are required by federal law to be transparent. I mean, we're transparent. We're not in business to make money for ourselves. Our mission from the beginning has always been to help Navajo business on the Navajo Nation and to advocate for those businesses, as well as promote a strong economic development environment for private business development, because we all know what we always talk about, which is all the dollars go off the reservation to the border towns, and how can we work toward turning that around and bringing those dollars here and having those dollars work on a local level. We have 110 chapters, 110 local communities that need help, and the current rescue plan funding is for COVID response and economic impacts to nonprofits, small business, other businesses. That's exactly what it's for, and it aligns very closely with the Diné Chamber of Commerce's mission. In fact, it's basically the same thing. We're here to help business in doing business. And so, as Derek mentioned before, and in our presentation previously, that through the CARES Act, over 6,300 businesses have been identified. Over 4,000 of them are not on the Navajo Nation. And we want to see that reversed. We want to see our Navajo-owned businesses back home. And in order to do that, there's a lot of work that needs to be done across the board. Larger planning issues are present, yes, but under this current rescue plan funding that we're looking to help small business, stand up small businesses, so that these projects that with the infrastructure money funding that's coming as well, what we'd like to see is what I saw the other day as I'm driving across from Wheatfields to Tsaili, and the road is being repaired, and there's all these equipment and people working, and these infrastructure projects that happen here on Navajo. We want to make sure that we utilize our own businesses and that they are capable, because as Derek said, we hear that that's what they're told. They're not capable. You can't bond. You don't have enough for $1 million construction bond, so we're not going to use your company. And we want to change that. And with this relatively, and $100 million I know it sounds like a lot of money, but it really isn't in the overall big picture. If you look at 1.8 billion, $100 million is about 5%. If it turns out it's that 1.8 billion. It's about 5% of that, but we believe that, as Derek said, we can leverage that money and fulfill our mission and help on the ground. I heard many council delegates today be concerned about their communities and what about the people, and the end result is what we care about. How can we get these dollars to local people? And our local people, many of them are business owners or would like to be. They want to provide IT, maybe they're plumbers or electricians or even the IT people and financial accountant type people. We have those Navajo businesses and we need to use them. So that's basically the gist of our proposal, and it's supporting buy local, buy Navajo, and it's doing what the Diné Chamber has been doing for the past several years, and that is helping small businesses and other businesses, larger businesses, to reach their goals of financial independence, and that's what we do. So we really want to emphasize that, as well as our collaboration with all of the other entities that have this responsibility and these goals toward economic development. We can all work together. I know Navajo CDFI is, we've been in contact with them. And I want also to mention our membership. We have about 60 members now, but we have very small businesses like myself, sole proprietor, on up to NAPI, other chambers of commerce. We have a relationship with the Farmington Chamber of Commerce, Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce, the Hispano Chamber of Commerce, as Council Delegate Daniels mentioned. So we're ready and able and capable of carrying out our proposal. So again, Mr. Speaker, members of NABI, please, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. We all do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Davies and Mr. Watchman, and thank you to the Chamber of Commerce. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Are there any comments or questions? Roboto.
Okay, yeah, I did Isno and the Net Chamber of Commerce. I did. You provided your pitch and the proposal to the council. Aronda she kudo joshi that nil ito ashe bohnet zanit ego de ego nahana that nil. And again, I will say this again. And how can we utilize your expertise to help the Navajo government as a whole to try to expend these dollars? Now there's going to be backlash again. And hanana still aja krishnana aja but ananda doja akonda dite based on lede tane tehiki sada bahasti ani dan bahasti eg bebk in that nisto de not being an entity that's on the outside to try to find a way to help our Navajo business community, but I'm looking at how can you be a partner to the Navajo Nation to assist the tribal government and the tribal programs to accomplish many of the economic opportunities that lie out there on the nation. Mr. Watchman, and with your board members. You guys are actually entrepreneurs that are out there trying to make a living in the business world today. You understand the business communities. And today, yego be nahot lead. Nan nishkahin chad hat nego. Dot I see yego nan nishtati yet that the never washing the never kayapit nahas zokonet. We are continuing to export our dollars off the reservation. And at the ahot ego ashi hol ago shin nase shin how shin kohot idole until we get these offices in program our entrepreneurs to open new business. I always see at the border towns, and I go there. She didn't Bekeshkan, but I cashle, Belashkan, the but I cash, she didn't a kid until a kid in the house, she added, but I cashle. What if that type of services was put on Navajo? Wonder how many Navajo citizens would not go to the border town. That's what I'm talking about. Alcohol, it's hate ego go ya hot ego go that egi couldn't he has adole. I buy hay personally. I probably buy about 30 bales a month. And I try to get hay from our local vendors here. But at times, we have to resort to go off the reservation to get these, to purchase hay. And how can we get that TNR model to our out in the open on Big Navajo? But eventually, I really hope that in your proposal, you provide an arm out to try to help the nation expend these dollars. Honorable Rick Nez, our former colleague, Mr. Tom Chi. Dina hat anlini ba da haskido ba sana o kanhi ita akohot ani khot ahz in the deed that is string khait ego ko yatna aj in the business community ya hajo ya ikin do tlalo hajo ya ke ido le do ya na be has ani na ikit ikah ido le that that neat. We want you to be a partner in these in with the Navajo Nation. And and yes, there's gonna be doubts. You're going to say at the next Chamber of Commerce, you can't do this, you can't do that, and all this stuff. So like a talk down on you. But if you can show the principle, the basic principle of leadership to try to help our business community, you have my attention. Don't khalit ego la yat nan late babkati cha thought and that thought and nabab and nach dayel ko banish ko ya hot aben ben nash ot abah decision and ado anzab ayat here. But I do want to see that you do help the business community. And I know that you provide services out to the local businesses out there. I look forward to see what you guys have to offer when the next round comes for funding, so that we could look at what type of so I need a response, but I just have this small statement. Yeah.
Members of Naabik'íyáti, this is Manuel with OLS. Our internet seems to be just reconnecting here in the chambers. Okay, here we are. It's back on.
Hello, colleagues. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you, Honorable. So we got you last time. It seems like it cut off right after that. With that, hope everybody's on still. From anybody else might have got kicked off. Not, I don't have anybody else in queue at this time. Is there any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker, Calvin.
McKellen Gay, go ahead. Floor is yours. Then I'll go back to the presenters, Davies and Mr. Watchman. Jay.
Okay, Speaker. Jay. I'm not sure if my text comes in. But anyway, the Chamber of Commerce at Nindiki, where, to what point is there a duplication? And maybe you can distinguish that service between the economic development, the RBDOs, the CDFI, in some areas, but these are I don't know at the through some of the programs. Again, Speaker, let me know if I'm going too far, but at the local level that they know about some of the programs, chapters you business site lease the process to get any even just a C-store especially the oversight of RDC, of these policies that are in place. Even if we support the effort of funding that you're asking for, how much will our community or Navajo people continue to, go through these obstacles in starting a business on the Navajo Nation? Maybe to some point, the Oversight Committee or the Navajo Nation Council has only because some of the chapters that I represent has business site lease that are over 20 to 15 years old. Ado sat atindit o kutahot echo hatne. Ado there's existing businesses. Ako ARG kilahit asato baka ojeho. Ohnetza. Now if we say Navajo, they mean but majority of businesses on the Navajo Nation is the outside companies. Speedway, 7-Eleven, Chevron, Bashers, and so on. Eight otan kokoto. Ego kokoto. Adan kokoto. Youth adan it o youth business that yes on the Navajo Nation. Akoko dikat. Nikita and Liniki Tut Akhoche Babakai night or Wasiki to Babakai or Wasiki Elhit Asa Topan Sokis. A lot of time did only the Kinhadas Ade at the Hon Nikit A. We're trying to implement that model on Navajo Nation. A Koko lead Nikikojina Beho. The nan liniki dik al tato hayu beka shitato sing tato the beta sapenanisieta yossen aji kilahit agogo koto sato bebaka oche hoponetza adu kadid kwigo shinkeyat onnansnel kodika ledo Colorado, donde the west side of Flagstaff, Adric Kayat Oyu Onansnel. Ako Ado and he had a zero in relation to local like farming activities that Agi Dag Epin Anish. Ado Kodo Atota Ado Koje silversmithing. Ako A Diki Aji Ki Hazoyego. The nan liniki ato nete dona kinlo bebaka o wadabaka ayedo. Akot ego go bejon no kekoshiat eto lesinsen. Haladik at nihidenet o hayu anli hawatental shawado deilnish. Awan has add jury dota at order. They don't need business site list, but yet we're kind of putting pressure on them to develop a business site within their area. Out of a t-shirt that's printed this. Ada ahit ashik and that the khe. Ako a digi the one thing that the one area that I know that they really need to deal with. Kodo sanant ano senigi. Diki kwaki ediki but so costo elhit our arch but ilieto less. So at the national anotheniki ado ada in the so snacky archiki la shouldn't lingo koto bahanate to bahasito less. So maybe I'll have a follow-up question after the response. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kiambier. Any other further comments? Well, actually, let me go. I did say I was going to go back to the presenters, Mr. Avies or Mr. Watchman, for response.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Derek Watchman. I'll attempt to answer Honorable Kialbigay's question and also just speak to Delegate Otto. So yeah, it is a big task to look at the business community and economic development here on the Navajo Nation. And first of all, the very definition of a chamber is to connect, to facilitate and advocate and serve businesses. And so here in Navajo, we've been dedicated to serve and help Navajo businesses of all sizes. There's roughly thousands of chambers around the country. And it's what they do is exactly what we do, is make the connections. And so some of the things that we think are very, very important is collaboration. We believe here at the Chamber, just like many entrepreneurs, is that no one group can do this alone. Economic development, they've been around for many, many years. They have a limited budget, they have limited staff, they can't do it alone. Likewise with the Chamber and our members, we can't do it alone. We have to collaborate, and we have been working with, as Ms. Davies pointed out, with the other chambers to see how they, for example, we have an MOU with the city of Farmington. We're trying to learn from them to see how they get their job done and how they support their economy in the Farmington area. We have a big challenge in that our reservation, the Naabik'íyáti is huge. It's geographically, as we say, at the size of West Virginia. It's a tall order. And so, many of the obstacles that go into creating a business the list is very long. But in terms of duplication, and are we competing against economic development? We don't think so. Economic development does do industrial development, they do small business development, and they spend a lot of time on enforcement. They basically have the Navajo Regulatory Department, and they also issue business site leases. That's a tall order for them, and they're proposing with the ARPA to add to their team. And so from the Chamber, our position is that how do we help them with the tools? We have access, and we have members, a part of our team that have many, many years of business development, entrepreneurship, and access and contacts. One of the big things that we feel are very, very important is that if there's a Navajo business that needs help, we'll find a member of our chamber to give them advice, who understands what they're going through. We think that one of the big challenges for any business on Navajo is just basically access to capital. I myself, I'm a small business person, and I'm actually trying to start a business myself. The banks are telling me, Mr. Watchman, since you don't have any collateral, and I don't have collateral because my home basically can't be used as collateral because it's trust land. And so without collateral, banks want cash. They want cash. Usually a bank will lend you money, but you have to basically come up with 20% of whatever business you're dealing with. And so I'm just gonna use that as an example. Say I wanna start a $10 million business. I'm gonna need $2 million in cash because I don't have collateral. And many of our businesses face that. And so what do we do? What do we do? Our proposal is, let's figure out how to collaborate, get the lending dollars, get this person some equity, apply for grants, work with Navajo CDFI, work with the banks so that when the business puts together its capital stack, we get grant money, we get cash equity, and we get borrowed money. And we hope that that supports the Navajo business so that they can grow, they can do what they need. And so, but what we're trying to do, in our opinion, is that when we collaborate and when we see enforcement of our Navajo laws, which I think is very, very important, we hope that we give our businesses pride. If we buy from ourselves and use ourselves, we think that we'll have a huge increase in pride that many of us want to see. We know that artists, when they make jewelry, when they sell it, when someone says, oh, Naabik'íyáti, really nice, the business person has a lot of pride because that person, he or she, made it and sold it. We want to give that same type of personal experience to our Navajo business people. When people, instead of going to Gallup, people going to Farmington, they stay and they buy from a local business. That instills a lot of pride. We think that's very, very important. So we have to figure out how to work together. So our proposal basically is to provide funding and resources to help with the insurance, help with the bonding, work with the Navajo CDFI, work through whatever mechanism that the nation is going to set up to allow for the ARPA money to come down, and work with each business hand in hand. We will work together with economic development for those that need a business site lease. One of the things that we see in many cases is that we know that there is, I guess maybe one of the things that we see that maybe is lacking is, and we're trying to figure this out, is if you go to Gallup, you guys basically get a business permit. That business permit allows you to do business on the Navajo Nation. We're trying to figure it out here on Navajo. By virtue of going to the business regulatory and you sign up as a business preference, number one or number two, is that your license to do business on the reservation or is it not? So what we're saying is that we need to work with all of us, with our leadership and the Division of Economic Development, to simplify and improve how our businesses are regulated. So, you know, the business site leasing permit could be streamlined, and I think it is. They're working on it. The Navajo business registration could be streamlined. And for those of them that basically have, maybe they work from home, maybe there's a separate process for a business permit. But we think that we all have to sit together and everyone needs to talk through what will make creating a business and operating a business very, very simple. And so, but all in all, we as a chamber, we think we will supplement and add to what economic development does. We will add and work with change labs. And that was noted in the economic development proposal. We'll work with Navajo CDFI because all of us, again, have to work together. I think many of us kind of work separately. And is that working right now? It's not working. And so we have a tall, tall order, all of us. And the tall order is that how do we create enough businesses in Shiprock, in Fort Defiance, in Crown Point, in Shinle, in Tuba City, Delcon, Kayenta, create enough businesses so that our people will feel comfortable staying home and buying local. That's our biggest challenge. And so, you know, we're here to help. We're here to help stand up the businesses. And so, but we also, so I know I'm jumping around here, but, you know, how do we sharp everyone so that we can create a Navajo TNR? We have the expertise, we have the experience, and working with our partners, we think we can do that to build models. Working with Navajo CDFI, we believe we can help put together capital so that a Navajo business person who has the experience or who wants to, if we can train that person, they can create the Navajo TNR. You know, it's easier, we believe. It's easy to do. It just takes a lot of support and technical assistance. And so, you know, we'd be willing and we will be following up with this presentation with a detailed report and budget behind that. And so, but we believe that it has to start somehow. It has to start now. And with this huge, we call it huge, it may not be, you know, for what the Navajo Nation needs, it may not be enough, but to help give a jump start, to help improve and to help put our Navajo businesses on the map, this American Rescue Plan will do that. And so the chamber can't guarantee results, but the chamber will do its best day in and day out over the next 3 years to get more businesses on the map, to get more businesses going, to get the pride going for Navajo business owners, and to really push buy Navajo, use Navajo. If the chamber and economic development can set the example, we think it'll happen across the board. So I know maybe I'm getting maybe sympathetic here, but you know, we have a passion, and our passion is that, you know, we have a lot of great people. Look at the 6,000 businesses that are on the register with Navajo Economic Development. We think that we can increase that. And we think that by working with the government, we're also talking to the U.S. Small Business Administration. They're very, very interested. They've made it, they made basically tribal governments and tribal development a priority. And so we're trying to set up relationships with them so that we all together can tackle the big void here, and that is not enough businesses. So I'll end there, Delegate Delegate Yazi and Delegate So, but we appreciate the opportunity and Keha for the question. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Keha.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon, Stella. Aro here, there, watchman, here, and his not like it. As yet, not yet, Bahavan. Now, large husband, his not the best on him. Ben his nothing, Aro the na is knee, and little is nayan that is little is the no, 8 day baggy. A coho. Navajo Nation government rapid out saying he don't have to change the law. That's the problem with Navajo Nation, could you? Not Yapa, yo, Kaya, the Kena, that there's a that epic. Now, yeah, need to that epic in the there's a epic tax by Yana and Navajo Nation, because you can't need Navajo Nation government. The prices are high. These products cost money. The net upbeat, Shinda, Nikojana is Nitoli, Hajoba, Hateski, they had to have a compare. What's how to get make business? They need to bring these guys economic development, but each way are the busy issue. So, Navajo Nation, because you do comparison, they need a comparison at A level is at minus and plus. That need to be reviewed. What on that just cause engine economic development stuff. What you had on this to open that they don't miss a corona change there, what's many that all and his last snap. Dot up in the young case don't miss that. It had to change some law and business economic development, the law that we have. And not there, only $1,000. The real thing that John McCain, Hania. When Kelsey Gay was a Navajo Nation president, he can't get Mr. McCain, he can't get hired John McCain out there. Could they cannot develop the teacher not in the president office going there. Whether though that go yeah, bears on then he get this he caught this wasn't the Sunday so she a Ben cut this one, he didn't. So there are so about us, just to make it to the point. Even in the non Georgian Daisy. There's a big not they have so many activities. Girl ceremonial than that, the Ariana Kago, when necessarily out of Lebanon, Deho. A busy this and here could you out that a about then. It owns about this, the Dosro Yobo or this area. And the very top potato chip plant, and then way not be when billionaire and not he can there, and they got the year that capital large expenditures. It all ye best get that Benny Baby Chaha, 3D, 4 side, the Kinny Donald, you had all the plant that they are the Navajo Nation, don't Hana, either that's cheaper. Yet, on had a sky. Got it opened, test cases that is not Yapa on this year in Hudson. Level yet, I nation the best could the letter sudden dice need all up in on better hunting on the cut. I don't know, you ever see the hot assistant. Just like us, we go and Nevada National Final Rodeo. Here in Lady. Mastan is said that in Anjos at the Cardiota Hot or Wabson died Jesse. Besta Hazo. A quick eye open test cases at the John Dark Cargo. Hashing up in the Sesto. 8 or 8 instances. Although economic development have been changed, because you are traditionally being beaten or could have better than in a way then the needed to pay a heart, this is the key element. Better than it lanes of one's kiss. It better have known a trading post and that is near a garden. Traders never cause of the net of Hosan that is needle, Pepnalia, Yota is next door. 8 about that quarter over Honsencio trade position at the best not on his college is Jimbagade. Ko Ebe, Ben 100 just in dead. Chindani Lingi. According the business get assist has just studied that Jinda. He never is Ashayat Hala, the last has been on tin. Nihak Chinal Yaha Ito, little house no hat Nisa. No. Double night on that just cut out then. On the best but that in Petachi Niso, the Christian bank wrapped out at the best of it has cut out the use Jatam Satarada Batalia. But then most of Batalia get at the Nalyata Yaya Papes but I is Hota. All once about this. We need a lot of study on us for sure. Economic development, JT will need to study and bring forth the comparison for the other city, how they make business. There's an issue we have, Navajo Nation, and Mrs. Thousands of about the Sosta. Once about how Stido Nation at Ani, the Nepayash teacher, and that Assassins in the Yosnigi Navajo Nation, we need to do a good study on it before we give out loan to our people. We just lose money at all time. Bankrupt the Christian person, the Lanaka. Once about hospital, thank you for the floor. She have lived in business too. She wants to combination of business. I used to own an assistant to Rafa as a co-op store. Got runs in for a short while before I go back to school. Once about hospital, I want to know that. And then that is near there, I want to know. Your marketing, Hashing Naabik'íyáti cut that I'm not kid out day and I'm not could once a base relation at Anna. Just get there now. Wonderful. Your presentation is great. Jenny Yoba Hajon says, Hakoshing and go back on floor shooting that is on the side about all the share once to the
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. That we've gone down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, what was yours? Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. I apologize. I didn't do the *6. Speaker, I apologize. I'm not sure if I'm the only delegate that did not receive the PowerPoint presentation that was referenced by the presenters when we started this discussion with the Diné Chamber of Commerce. Without the PowerPoint, I really can't reference specific questions. I can say that I do support the Diné Chamber of Commerce. I recently was at the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce on Saturday. And so when I first went to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce back in 2019, they did give me a tour of their facility, and then they also talked about what they do to help Hispanic communities become, I guess, to get developed there in the Albuquerque area and also throughout the state as well. And so I, taking that information and also hearing what Mr. Watchman has presented here, My question is really simple. One is normally whenever we have a legislation that comes before us, we usually try to include language in there that Navajo businesses be used for, whether it's consulting or contracting. I know that several times through the CARES legislation that was included within that legislation. But what I would like to know is what we as legislators can propose in the ARPA funding that will help assist our businesses to get established. I feel like, with the CARES, we gave to the divisions and the departments. We also gave to the enterprises. And I don't really know if very many of our Navajo people were employed during that time when the CARES money was used. But I know that I would like to see, our Navajo people employed. And I know that we have Navajo people who are capable of doing the work that we tend to outsource. And I know that talking to some businesses, part of the problem was the large amount of, I think it's the bonding that was required. And then also, I think it's the insurance that was required as well of our businesses. I know one particular business did talk about how they were required to, I think it's $1 million. It's what they were required to have insurance for. And I did ask if that was doable. And for this particular business, they did say it was doable. However, I know there's other businesses out there that it's difficult to obtain that type of insurance, or in some cases for construction companies, the bonding that's necessary. So I know that the Chamber of Commerce has talked about how they're going to be connecting businesses to each other to allow for that growth. When we talk about economic development, we're not only talking about, money to our enterprises, but we're also talking about growing our own businesses, growing our own, people here on the nation. So I think that what you have presented to this body, granted it was verbal, and again, I still haven't received the PowerPoint, but I think that I am in support of this. I think that many of our businesses need that connection. And I know that JT Willie with the Division of Economic Development, has, provided assistance to businesses, but there was also, times where the ball was dropped. And so I think it's just because our division and our departments already have so much on their plate right now that they can't even keep up with what their regular responsibilities are, which, to me is a little bit concerning that now they're coming forward asking for ARPA money. And, the thing that I know as a delegate, I keep asking is, your plate is already full. How do you plan to use the ARPA funds, and how do you plan to assist our people? And it seems like that question gets evaded every single time. But I think that from what I'm understanding, based on the information that has been provided to us today, it sounds like the division of, the Diné Chamber of Commerce is only trying to assist and trying to connect businesses with each other to be able to, to get going. So I did ask my first question, but my first question was regard to the legislative language. What can we do to assist our Diné businesses so that they do get a piece of that ARPA funding? One, and then two, how much is the Diné Chamber of Commerce going to be asking to carry out these these responsibilities? Because I have not heard any division, any department, any enterprise come before the council to say, I'm going to do it free, for the benefit of our Navajo people. So I think that that's one thing that this council needs to understand is when we have a division, a department, an enterprise, or even small businesses coming before us with these work sessions, that question should always be asked. What are you looking for as far as funding required to move forward with what you're proposing to us as a council? So with that, those are my two questions. And again, I just now got the presentation, so I'll look through it again. But those are the two questions that I have at this point. So again, if you need me to email you those questions, I'll be happy to do that. If not, a verbal response will be fine. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. That, who did you say? That, colleagues, are there any other questions? Not, then let me go back to Mr. Watchman or Mr. or Ms.
Yeah, Mr.
Ms.
Speaker.
Davies. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Watchman.
Yeah, I think she's on, but I'll do my best to answer the questions. Well, first of all, I'll just respond to Delegate Yellowhair's comments in that, it does take a lot of work, and there's been many different proposals on the table, to get economic development going, and everyone's trying to figure out what the magic answer is, and John McCain, and I know that during the President Kelsey Begay administration, there were some changes to the Business Site Leasing Act. It gave delegation to Navajo Nation. The big challenge is how do we keep our businesses home, and how do we slow the retail leakage, and how do we create the Gallups, if you will, the Farmington and the TNRs here on the Navajo Nation. We do generate, if you look at the information that economic development captures and studies, there's millions and millions of dollars generated here on the reservation annually. And that comes from the payroll checks and all the financial support. If you look at the sales tax data for the 4 big border towns, they're significant, very significant. And so how do we keep that home? And that's been the challenge for everybody for years. And so but we appreciate Delegate Yellowhair's comments, and and we're trying to do our part. In regards to Honorable Delegate Charles Newton's questions, and there's probably several major acts that the nation through its council has approved. One is the Procurement Act. The other is the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. And the third one probably is, well, actually, there's 4. There's the Procurement Act, the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, the Navajo Business Site Leasing Regulation, and then the Navajo Employment and Preference Act, NEPA. And so we've been looking at that, and we've been trying to, figure out how to offer some comments. And so I'll speak to the Business Site Leasing Act. We do know and understand that the Division of Economic Development is looking at how to streamline it. Our recommendation is to go back to the Congress and ask for simplicity to the Navajo Business Site Leasing Act of 2000. That period allowed for the nation to basically sign off on its own business site, but there's things that we believe we can go back to, that the nation can go back to Congress and ask for, and that is perhaps some leniency or the ability to not require a bond. Is a bond really needed? Offer some consideration for when a business builds a building on a reservation, that building automatically becomes a part of the estate. A business, even though they built it and probably financed it, they only have rights to use it. In doing so, you don't have access to capital. We believe that there could be some innovative thinking in how the U.S. government operates its business site leasing process. And so there's a few others, but we're just off the top of my head. That's what we're thinking. We got to go back to Congress on the business site leases. Now, with the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, that act was created to strongly encourage our government and our enterprises to use Navajo businesses. And we hear that in some cases, maybe it's not enforced. One of the mechanisms that we threw out, and this is tailored to what we see with the US federal government. The US federal government basically has a mandate to its departments that I'm not sure if it's shall or recommended, but each federal agency is strongly encouraged to use at least 25% of its sales through small businesses. We think that stronger language should be in our Navajo Business Opportunity Act, so to say that, for example, for every dollar that's spent, 25 cents or whatever amount, could be 10, 15, 20, 50%, whatever amount should go to a Navajo business. We think that that's something to consider. The feds do it. The state of New Mexico was thinking about it. The bill didn't get through the legislature, but a lot of states are doing that. There's other features in the Business Opportunity Act, like registration. We think that needs to be improved, but we're looking through it. But basically, revisiting the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, we think is important. Now, I'll speak to the Navajo Procurement Act. One of the things that we saw during the CARES, and rightfully so, because we had a pandemic, we saw everybody basically use the emergency powers identified in the Navajo Procurement Act. And there's nothing wrong with that. Basically, by employing the emergency powers, basically whoever is looking for a contractor could basically just simply sole source for anybody that they felt was ready or that was close by or who had the product. Is use of the emergency procurement provision the best vehicle? We think that if the emergency provision is used, it should go first to a Navajo business. We think that the emergency clause in the Procurement Act, perhaps it creates an unjust, it provides more preference to outside businesses. And so we think that's important to look at. The last one is basically, we think, is the Navajo Employment and Preference Act. And so that is almost similar to the Business Opportunity Act, and that is that it encourages to use Navajo employees. So there's 4 different acts that are important that we think that we can look back to. Now, the other question was, what's the role of the chamber, and how can we be involved? Again, I said earlier, economic development, and I worked there, years ago. I was an intern, and so I saw what they do. In my prior life, I worked at OMB. I was chief of staff a couple of times, and so I have a pretty good idea how economic development works. And so their job is to help create economic development, but they have a limited staff and they have limited dollars, and that's just how it is. The chamber, as I said earlier, what we'd like to do is to encourage the Navajo Nation to invest, and I'll use the word invest, use the American Rescue dollars to deal with, because of COVID, to deal with and invest in Navajo businesses to recover, to get going, and to grow. And so we think that we do have, maybe our proposal does have a little bit of duplication to what economic development is proposing, but we think that our biggest opportunity is, how do we create additional capital resources, because that seems to be one of the biggest problems that we see inhibits a business to go, a person to go into business, and that is access to capital. You have to have capital to get insurance. You have to have capital to demonstrate that you're bondable. You have to have capital to get a working line of credit. We think that we can help address that area so that if a business does need, for example, insurance, we will work with, for example, the Navajo Insurance Department, risk management. We'll work with our contacts that we know that provide insurance off reservation and connect and bring everybody together with a pool. We think that we can help mitigate the risk that a lot of companies think are inherent here on the reservation. We think that by providing capital through the investment of rescue dollars to Navajo, we think that we have a good shot. Now, is this going to work? We don't know. No one knows if a business is going to be successful unless they go into business. There's history out there that says, I forget what the stats are, but many businesses will be created and they'll fail. And so what we're trying to do is use the experience of our businesses that we have resources with, and use the chambers to say, okay, what are the right businesses to look at here on Navajo? So again, what we're proposing is that we do need to revisit some of our laws so that it's pro-business. We need to look at getting capital for our businesses. We need to all work on this together. And so our goal basically is whoever gets American Rescue Plan dollars, they should be strongly encouraged to use a Navajo business for that work, for those supplies, for that contract. What that does is that it gives this business a reason to grow their business. It gives them capital. It gives them a better shot of being successful. Because once we get past the American Rescue dollars, they're going to have to be able to stand on their own. And so what a better mechanism than to have the chamber and others support them. And so, I know I'm getting on my soapbox here, but the chambers across the country and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, who we have a great relationship with, what they do is bring people together. How you learn and how you grow in your business is basically connecting and looking at lessons learned from your counterpart, even your competition. Learn from them on how to put the business together. So we think that there's, again, opportunities to amend the law, and we believe that we can supplement, support, and help economic development get the job done here on the reservation. So with that, Delegate Yellowhair and Delegate Charles Newton, we appreciate the questions, and thank you, Speaker Damon.
Speaker Damon, if I might add, this is Liddell Davies.
Ms. Davies, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of NABI Committee, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton and others for your questions and your comments to what we're proposing. I wanted to just directly address Delegate Charles Newton's question about nobody's doing this for free, which I really appreciate, because it, as a nonprofit organization and a volunteer board, we have been providing our services basically for free for a number of years. But in order for us to help to fulfill our mission, which is to help Navajo businesses and private enterprise development on the Navajo Nation, to help those organizations or those companies, like say there is someone out there who wants to open their own feed and tack store and provide, maybe like TNR chopped wood or hay in the back there and feed and what have you, that the chamber's purpose is to help them get there. And how do we do that? Well, we may duplicate some services that other entities also provide. But that doesn't mean that we're in competition with them. We are simply supplementing what other entities may be doing, and they could be government entities, they could be nonprofit entities like Change Labs. We're all in this together collaboratively to see how we can best utilize these the ARP funds. And so for the chamber, we've included $5 million for administration and management for the chamber as a nonprofit, and we are under the language of the ARPA is we're eligible as a nonprofit to receive those funds for that type of work. And it, $5 million seems like a lot, but spread out over 3 years, it's as Derek said, about 1.7, rounding down, it's about 1.66 million dollars a year. And that in and of itself, 5% represents 5% of what we're asking for, which is pretty small, I would say, as well as the overall budget. It's very, very small. It's something in the neighborhood of 1/2,000th of a percentage of the 1.8 billion for administration and management. So we would not be, we're not pretending to ask for something and then not have the chamber have some funding, but it's not for profit. It would just be for administration and management. And that's to address Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, your question about that. As Derek, I just wanted to reiterate a little bit about the Navajo laws on the books that affect business and economic development. Though we've been struggling with these issues for as long as I can remember, and I consider myself up there now. So many, many years struggling with these issues, and they are very long-term in terms of how do we solve them, because the myriad of problems and challenges and obstacles, as Honorable Delegate So mentioned before, and Delegate Key Allen Begay mentioned, is that there is just so many obstacles to economic development, from the status of land being trust, the lack of capital, etc. So under this proposal, the Diné Chamber is committed to supporting Navajo business in being ready to step up to the plate and to be the companies out there to develop these economic centers, so where we have a TNR of our own, or we have maybe more competition for True Value or Ace Hardware and all of these different goods and services that they have in all of the border towns and everywhere else that we don't have. And so our people are forced to leave and go purchase those goods and services outside of our own sovereign nation, outside of our own place. So this proposal for the Diné Chamber is just a small effort. It really is a small effort to support businesses, and we do, and we are committed to, at the end of this 3 years, that there will be a positive economic outcome for Navajo businesses, whether they're from small online, one person owned by some kid who's 25 years old, to someone like Mr. Romero, who may be here working all these years with his franchise and being very successful. All of these businesses need support and opportunity, and that's what the chamber is offering to do. And I think that with collaboration with Navajo Nation entities and other nonprofits, other chambers of commerce, that the Diné Chamber can accomplish some of these very important and integral steps toward a sovereign economic nation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. and members of the council.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. If you could add me to the queue for a follow-up, thank you.
With that, thank you very much, Ms. Davies. Let me go back to you, Madam Chair, for follow-up.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you, Ms. Watchman, Mr. Watchman, for sending me the presentation for the Chamber of Commerce. I did see on slide 11 the breakdown of your cost and what you're asking for. That's $100 million that you're requesting, and I see that it's a breakdown for your loan guarantee fund, your performance bond fund, your Navajo Executive Corp program, Grant Writers Corp, and then Navajo Economic Recovery Centers, Navajo Opportunity Zone funds, feasibility study programs, and administration and support. And I also appreciate next to that, you also have a kind of a breakdown or a summary of what each fund or what each program or corporation or center is going to be doing. The administration and support, you are requesting $5 million, support and administration for subrecipient, contract management, accounting, auditing, legal marketing, telecommunication compliance, professional services, and related expenses. So, and then I went back up to so based on that information, I went back up and I looked at your slide 4, the Net Chamber of Commerce, who we are. It does give information about who the Diné Chamber of Commerce is, which I appreciate. You provided us a mission goal, who the members are when you are established, how you are established. However, I don't see any slide on here that tells me who the employees are, and then also who would be in charge of the funding sources if $100 million was given to the Diné Chamber of Commerce, and then who the board members are. So I'd like to get a little bit more information on that, if you could please present that. The second is for your grant writing corporation. You have $5 million for a professional team of grant writers to help assist and support the Navajo Nation, the chapters, and then others for grants, which I approve, and I think that is a wonderful idea. I wish the Navajo Nation had a grant department that would not only write grants, seek grants, but also administer grants, because the Navajo Nation does receive millions of dollars in grant money from the federal government and from the state government. And what we often see on the Navajo Nation is a lot of that money going back to the federal government or to the state, or to private entities who are giving the Navajo Nation money, because I think a lot of it is just these projects are just not getting done. And I know at one time when I was still new, when we were at the confirmation hearings, I did request that the division directors provide us monthly reports of what was going on within their division and departments, in lieu of having to come before council to report to us. But I believe another delegate said that would be too much for directors. And I argued that when I was a director, that was a requirement. Every month I was required to submit a report on what I was doing, what I completed, how much money my division spent. Everything was within that report, and I was expected to submit that every month. So I know that we do get a lot of our money, our people's money, sent back to the federal government, to the state government, to private entities who are giving the Navajo Nation money. And a lot of it, is never reported. I think last year in January of 2020 was when we received a spreadsheet of how much money was being returned by each division and each department. And so I think that, when we're talking about the Grant Writers Corporation and $5 million, in my opinion, I think that that actually should be a little bit more, only because there's so much grants that are available out there, and the Navajo Nation does not have a department or a division that is solely responsible for grants. You would think that we do, but my understanding is each department, each division applies for grants, each chapter applies for grants, but we really never know, what they are applying for until we get that spreadsheet that shows how much money went back to the state, to the federal government, and to private entities. So again, in my opinion, I think you guys are cutting yourself a little bit too short with the $5 million grant writing corp, because I think that there is a lot of grants out there that are made available by, not only the federal and state, but also private entities as well. And if we got a report on how much money could be available to the Navajo Nation and what they could assist with, I think that that would really help. And especially for my colleagues who are always in support of their chapters, grant writing is very important for chapters, because projects could get completed with grant writing. And so it's just really sad that we don't have a grant writer or a grant administrator, or even somebody who could go out and who could find these grants, not only for the chapters, but also for the Navajo Nation as a whole. And then my last question is, again, based on your slide for number 11. You have the Loan Guarantee Fund. And it's the, I guess it's to allow for loans. So I do have a problem with this because I feel like, I think they're called CDFI that does the loans on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So I am concerned about opening up another avenue for someone to come in and give loans to businesses. You have 25 million. And I know it does say Navajo CDFI needs more capital, but even with the Navajo CDFI, they haven't reported to us on, and I say us as in council. I think CDFI has only come before council twice, and I could be wrong on that. The first time was just an introduction to council when we became new delegates. And the second time, I believe that they came before us was because they had to report on, what they had been doing. And that's when I learned about the Navajo CDFI was the second time around. So those are the only times that I know that they have come before Navi. Perhaps they have gone before RDC, or they've gone before their oversight. But I'm a little bit concerned about the 25 million, the loan guarantee fund, because to me, the grants actually seem to be a little bit more, they require the businesses to work a little bit more for their money. The loan guarantee fund, what worries me is the history that the Navajo Nation has had with giving different companies, corporations, businesses loans, and how these people have just run off, and there's been absolutely no laws how to to hold them responsible. And so I am a little bit worried about the loan guarantee fund, especially since ARPA funds are really federal funds that the Navajo Nation will be responsible for. So those are just my comments and questions, and I do appreciate, again, the presentation of the slides that were sent to me via email, and also the breakdown that you have on particularly slide 11, and how you are all planning to use those funds. So with that, Speaker, I do appreciate allowing me to do the follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you with that. I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one's texted in. Let me go back to Mr. Watchman.
Mr. Speaker, chairman of the NABI, and delegates on the call, and Delegate Ms. Charles Newton. 3 questions were provided, and so I'll do my best to answer. First, the Diné Chamber is a 501c6, a nonprofit organization, and so annually we have to submit to the IRS our Form 990, and every nonprofit is required to do so. And so if you go look at our Form 990s, you'll see basically our entire fiscal financial picture. And so we've been a small, little, nimble group, and we have a different situation here on Navajo than what we see with our border town chambers. The chambers in Flagstaff and Farmington and Gallup, they typically invest in their chambers to help support the chambers get the job done and help the chambers basically connect and make things happen. We haven't been able to do that here on Navajo, so we've been basically generating roughly 20, our high was like 20,000, maybe 25,000 several years ago. But it's all loaded in the IRS database. And so, but we do have a small group, and so we're asking basically for funding to allow us to hire a bona fide staff to help manage all the programs that we're contemplating. If you go to our website, and the website is www.dinechamber.org, and that's Diné with an H, D-I-N-E-H, chamber.org. You'll see our members of the chamber, but I'll basically talk to our officers. Our board chair is Mr. Jefferson Begay. He's our chair. Our vice chair is Mr. Tom Curlyhair. Our treasurer is Erica Guy. Our secretary is Mr. Al Henderson. And those 4 basically are the officers, and very experienced and talented staff or officers. And we do have 5 others that are on the board. And so they meet as a nonprofit. We do take minutes, and so the plan is with the support and the investment of the nation using American Rescue Plan, is to hire a 3-year staff. Hopefully it gets beyond that, but a full-time staff for 3 years to help manage each of the components that we're contemplating. And each component would be assigned a task manager. Like for example, the Recovery Center, the Grant Writer Program, and the Opportunity Fund. We would hire, and the detailed budget will be presented if we get to that point. But each task would have a task manager, and they will be responsible for example, putting together a feasibility study program and so forth. And so we think that by hiring a team to get each of our 8-point plan implemented, we think that that's the way to go. And so, but one of the things that we're contemplating in our plan is that we're going to contract and hire very experienced Navajos, like for the Grant Writer Corps. I know that there's some great grant writers out there. And our thought is that if we can pay them, a little bit more than maybe what, the Navajo Nation pays for grant writers, if we can pay them what market is, we think we can get a good team together. Likewise with the feasibility study program. We think that we can put together a great team to get the task done, and they'd be assigned, like with the grant writers, they'd be assigned to work with maybe chapters in Western Navajo or Eastern Navajo or Northern Navajo to see if we can basically unify and provide the biggest bang for the buck. I mentioned $11.5 million. We know that the American Rescue Plan has $31.5 million earmarked for tribes. 20 of it is coming down soon. 11.5 is still out there. And so the key for us is that these grants are going to be competitive. In order for us as a nation to win those grants, we're going to have to put together a good team. And so, yes, maybe 5 million is not enough. We don't know, but we did hear and we do see that the return, the cost of hiring grant writers, and the return is far, far greater. We think that we could, on a competitive basis, garner and win many, many grant applications from all the different programs that the federal government is going to be offering. And so it could be more, but we thought this is something that is really, really needed for the nation. We hear it all the time when we listen to, the different committee meetings, and we talk about, did you apply for this grant or that? So we think that's important. The last one is the loan guarantee fund. And this basically, for 25 million, the proposal is very similar to what the BIA does, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and their loan guarantee program. It's not a loan per se. A loan guarantee fund basically means that when Navajo CDFI does a loan, say they do a loan for 10 million, this loan fund will basically, like what BIA does, it would guarantee to Navajo CDFI a repayment source should there be a problem. And so one of the big challenges in extending credit and underwriting credit is how do you put together a structure to where you have some security. And so we believe that if we were allowed to put together a loan guarantee fund, similar to what you see with BIA, we would try to put together some very strong lending documents, develop a relationship with the bank, for example, so when a company gets a loan, basically they're sent a check. They go down to probably Wells Fargo, they set up a checking account there. There's ways to help, in essence, tie up that money so that if there's a problem, there can be access to it. There's a way to set up so that there's a budget. So when that money is used, it can be used in a proper way and basically employ pay applications and all those other mechanisms to help mitigate the problem of a business going under or a problem spending all its money in other than what it says what they agreed to. And so what we're not asking to create is a loan pool. What we're asking is to help support Navajo CDFI so they can get their job done. Again, it's very similar to what the BIA has. The BIA, it's kind of interesting. I think for this year in the BIA budget for loan guarantee, my understanding is that they're only being looked at 11 million, but the BIA with 11 million, that money allows for the financial community to issue about 250 million in loans. Now that's a high ratio. We don't think we want to go that high. So basically, the fund is to create a reserve so that in the event that there is a bad loan, some of the money will go back to repay Navajo CDFI so that it can lend more money. And so that's what we're trying to do. We think that's very, very important. This concept is similar to how we're proposing the performance bond fund as well. And so, again, this is a proposal that we think is very important, and we believe it hits to one of the criticalities of what Navajo businesses need. They need access to capital. Right now, a basic loan is somewhat risky. So if you can supplement that with a loan guarantee fund, we think that it improves the loan to get repaid. It improves and mitigates long-term challenges of the business going under. And so I think that answers those questions. So I did ask about our organization, answer the organization, the grant writers, and the loan guarantee fund. So, but again, as Ms. Davies and I are pointing out, what we're looking for is, again, an investment in our small businesses so that we can all grow together. So I'll quote on that part. So I appreciate the question, Delegate Charles Newton, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman of the NABI. So
thank you very much too. That, colleagues, if there's no more questions for Mr. Watchman or Ms. Davies, thank you very much for being here with us this afternoon. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we look forward to that future discussion. Colleagues, there was a presentation sent out for Danae, Chamber of Commerce, and if there's any questions, Mr. Watchman has indicated you can reach him at any time. So that, let's continue on. We have Navajo CDFI. Thank you again, Danae, Chamber of Commerce. Navajo CDFI, are you on the line?
Yeah, this is Andy Nakai. Can you guys hear me?
Oh.
Yeah, this Shnantado here the Agito council people and council women's and whoever's on there. Here again for letting us present. Let me just tell you who I am. Andy Nakai, and I'm the chairman of board of directors for Navajo CDFI. I've been here since the start of this organization. I've been here a long time, so that's who I am. And then we have our CEO. His name is Tom Gordon. Tom Gordon, yeah, he's our CEO, and he ministers a lot of our stuff that we have. Let me just tell you a short introduction about CDFI. By the way, I'm also, again, my background is I've been in banking for 18 plus years. I've been in there, been dealing with Native Americans, contacts and creating opportunity for loans for other tribal members all across the country. One of my loans that I actually did a long time ago is I made as a former banker from California. Used to work for a tribally owned bank in Southern California. What I did is I came all the way out to Montezuma Creek and made a loan, SBA loan, for a Navajo lady who was a construction. She was working construction for the oil fields out there. So that was one of the accomplishments that I made as a banker a long time ago. And I found ways to make loans to some of the Navajo people from an outside bank outside of Arizona and Utah. And when I was there, I had to make a lot of great opportunities to help the Navajo people the ways that I can do. But as a result, I became a member of the board, and here I am they voted me in as a chairman of the board of directors. So here I am. Anyhow, CDFI is basically what the CDFI stands for is Community Development Financial Institution. ADKA, what we call ourselves, Navajo CDFI, was created by the Navajo tribe, by the Council of People along Tikita. But we actually started lending back in 2017, and the amount of loan that we have done so far is good. We did a lot of incredible things for a lot of the people, and especially a lot of micro enterprises. That's businesses. We help them a lot. And during my travels, I always used to talk with a lot of the Navajo people, whether it be vending. I ask them always to go apply with the Navajo CDFI and help them in regards to increase their inventory so they can do sales at these certain events all around the country. So when I do that, when I show up there, I always tell them about who we are and what we do. We are here to help the Navajo people, and then also, again, a little bit of background. I guess the financing that we do is we basically finance community business such as small businesses, micro enterprises, nonprofit organization, commercial, real estate, and affordable housing. And also that CDFI basically sparks the job growth in the area that we serve in, basically on the Navajo reservation. And then also that CDFIs are generally profitable, but not profit maximizing. We always try to put the community first. So we are trying to make a good track record with our own people as well, and that's what we do. So the CDFI is basically a lending portion of the Navajo tribe to get things done. So now I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Mr. Tom Gordon. Go ahead, Tom. You guys still there?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I was talking on mute. Mr. Nakai, thank you very much for being with us again. And
Is Tom there?
I'm not too sure, Mr. Gordon.
He's
I've had
supposed
to
to
press *6.
If not, if there's any questions I could ask or answer.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes your presentation then.
Oh.
All right. Any comments, questions, colleagues? If there's none, thank you very much, Mr. Nakai, for following up on that presentation again, and thank you for being here this afternoon. Thank you to everyone. Yeah. With that, going back on the overview with the Dene Development Corporation, I want to thank Mr. Austin Sosi and Mr. Osi from their organization to present to the council. I know that there will be a follow-up meeting on that, particularly I do believe with the shareholders and their representation and wanting to what their next steps are. In that second presentation from Dene Chamber of Commerce, thank you very much, Mr. Watchman and Ms. Davies, for that information. I think feeding more and more information to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee and having them understand what the organizations do helps move along and identifies what can be done collaboratively, not only between the executive parties, our executive divisions and external enterprises and external entities that want to do best for Navajo people. So again, thank you very much for that. And then last but not least, thank you, Mr. Nakai, for the presentation. Wish Mr. Gordon was here, but to overview, I think one of the things that colleagues wanted to hear was how the interaction was between your organization and the Dene Chamber of Commerce in order for that financial institution to help assist in the overall, expansion and growth to help each other in trying to get these initiatives off the ground. With that, colleagues, if there's no other further comments, questions, tomorrow we have a work session on we have our Natani leaders and Division of Natural Resources. Tomorrow is it DNR first or Natani? We do have we contacted all the former presidents, all the former vice presidents, all the speakers, and we did get a number of them that are interested to speak with leadership tomorrow, and we look forward to that discussion. That'll start tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And then after that, we will go over a view of Division of Natural Resources and their anticipation of what they're going to present regarding the requests that they're going to be looking at for the ARPA funds. Ms. Munda Siako just sent out that information and their listing to all the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. So again, thank you very much, colleagues, for that information. On Thursday, there's no work sessions, but there is other meetings going on, and then Friday too as well. What? Oh, yeah. I was thinking about next week. On Thursday, we're going in with the enterprises, and that's going to be a good discussion. I think, how many enterprises did we have respond? I think it's 9. I think 9 enterprises out of the 13 have responded to doing a presentation. So we look forward to that and their optimal goals and trying to see what they can do to help assist the nation in expanding and utilizing these ARPA funds to help generate a new economy, but also help rejuvenate the reboost of the Navajo Nation's overall goal in reaching these funds. So again, thank you everyone for being here with us again today. Have a good day. Have a great afternoon. We'll see you when we see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Other than that, if there's any recommendations, again, from the discussion panel today, you're more than welcome to reach out to Mr. Austin Sosi from Dene Development Corporation, Mr. Watchman from the Dene Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Nakai from Navajo CDFI. Chat.
Speaker,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did Navajo CDFI send us a PowerPoint, or did they send us some presentation information?
No, they did not.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, thank you. We're going to, actually, a couple more things. There's a HESI, is the RDC too? HESI and RDC meetings are meeting at 8 o'clock, and then, what is that? RDK? Oh, there's a new committee, RDK. And then there's a Western Agency meeting with OPVP and the Chamber of Commerce. The Division of Community Development with the chapters at 9 a.m. and then at 1 o'clock is with the Central Agency. So those are the meetings that are happening tomorrow too as well. So again, have a good evening, everyone. Go on it.
Speaker.